Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello there, everybody. I think I'm pretty much ready to go. This might be pretty scuffed. I don't know. I don't know how long it's gonna last either. I have one, two, three, four boxes to go through. Five? Actually, it might last a while. Also, I do have a box with a transformer in it if I want to try to test some stuff out, but I don't know. I really don't have any room to test stuff out on. I mean, the only thing I can think of is to try to set up a little bit of a test track, but there's really no space for it. So I don't know if we'll be testing anything tonight. Oh my god, this chair. I like this chair except for the stupid pin that locks it up. The pin that locks it straight, I should say. It just keeps popping out randomly. So I just start going flying backwards when I don't want to. I guess that fits there. I just got a track. I don't think I have any lock-ons, so I got the wires to the tracks. But I could just pull a couple of the connector pins and jam the wires in there. You know, it's just temporary to see if things are working or not anyway. Anywho, let me switch screens. Let's see. Hi there, Kiss. Yeah, I can't really control anything with the ads. Oh, hi there, Burn. Didn't see you. Alright, here we are. Oh no, I'm white. No, I'm not wearing gloves or anything like that. I don't care if you know what skin color I am. So, first box I have on the floor here. Slanted because I don't even have a flat spot of my floor. First thing I grab, this isn't even really a train, but this is a controller for two switches, track switches. And when I say this is old, let's see if I can figure out how to do this. Oh, let's see. Oops. But when I say this is old, this is either pre or very early post World War II old. So that's... And Lionel stopped making any train stuff between 1940 to, I think, 1940 to 1945 during World War II. So everything's classified as pre-war or post-war. So when I talk about pre-war and post-war, I'm talking about World War II. So yeah, this is old. And what this is there's two levers. And there's a green, you can't really tell too good, but that one's green, that one's red. And there's a light bulb in there to indicate which way your switches are thrown. And this will turn track switches. So I don't know if there's any track switches that goes with this that I can show off, but if there are, I will. But everything wasn't really organized too well when I put everything away in the boxes. I was kind of in a rush. I just had to... It really sucked because I had train tables set up in two different rooms, and I just had to rip everything up, box everything up, put it out in the shed, and get the room cleared out. We were in a rush to get it rented out at the time. That really didn't work out too well at the end of the day, but now I don't know if I'll ever set these up again. I know somebody eventually is going to ask if I'm setting these trains back up on a table and going to run them and stuff. No. Not in the foreseeable future, because I don't have anywhere where I can build a table. I don't have those two bedrooms anymore. I don't even have one bedroom anymore. I have part of one bedroom on the other side of the house, and there's about this much space to get around in. You know, it's there's no room for trains, unfortunately. Okay, so what am I gonna do here while I'm unpacking boxes? I guess I'll put stuff up on the bed. And then I gotta put it back in the box. Well, this box is pretty terrible. The one corner is all falling apart. Show you. This isn't all of my trains, by the way. These are the ones that I was worried about. Here, look at the whole box. It's an Avon box. And this corner is not connected anymore, so I'm gonna have to fix that. Probably still better than finding another box, an empty box in the basement, because our basement gets very damp and thankfully my trains were not stored down there. I knew when I had to box them up they could not go in. I mean, the shed that they've been in for I don't know how many years wasn't much better. It was better than the basement. Okay, so now compare and contrast. Hi there, Lucy. These are switch controllers. These are plastic. I mean, this old one from pre or post, either just before or just after World War II, this black one. It's kind of plastic, but they didn't really have plastic yet. It's Bakelite, they called it. It's like plastic, but it's different. This is plastic, and there's supposed to be a tab here to put a screw in to hold it in place. The tab is most of the way broken off, which pretty much all of them are, because, plastic. This is brown. These are much more modern switches that these go for. It's all 027 so far, the last controller in this one. So this is a set of these controllers. Like I said, I don't even know if I'm going to be showing off the switches that these go to. I don't know what's in these boxes yet. I haven't unpacked them. This is my first time touching this stuff since I packed them up. I don't know what year it was. If you want to go to my YouTube and look up the last Lionel Trains video on there, it's probably not too long after that. Okay, now we're getting into trains. And I'm realizing I don't have new newspaper to pack these back up with. So they're just going to have to go back in the box. But they're not going back out in the shed. I refuse. I wanted to bring these in a year ago. And then there was a chance that we do have a back room on the other side that we could store a few things in. But, we got to keep it open just in case. We might rent it out. Or last year I was finally saying we're not going to do anything with this room. So I'm going to store my trains in. And then right after that, there was a situation where somebody might have been moving in. And yeah. So, we're going straight for the tin stuff, huh? Okay, this people say, you got to clean this. All I do is just lightly wipe it down most of the time, especially this stuff. You don't want to try to put any kind of cleaner on it and start rubbing paint off. I mean, it's already got a lot of scratches and stuff. But this is one of my more quote-unquote newer acquisitions. It's a very old train, but I haven't had it as long as the other stuff. It's in pretty good shape, except for the paint's a little scratched up here and there, but that's to be expected. Any of this stuff that's all tin like this, all metal, and then it's got these wacky couplers here with the hook, any of this stuff is pre-World War II. Nothing post-World War II looked like this. It was already going to plastic. Bakelite, whatever. Some of the stuff was all metal, but it at least had knuckle couplers. Well, it wasn't all plastic. I mean, the frames were metal, but the body of it was, you'll see when I see other cars, but this is all metal. Tin plate, you'd like to call it. It's in pretty good shape, really. I think I acquired this more recently. This is a 1680 tank car shell, 3-dome. I don't know how well you guys can see. I'm not very good at this whole webcam stuff, so yell at me if you can't see things good enough or whatever. But yeah, there you go. And I think what I'm going to do is fake out that newspaper, because there wasn't anything wrong with it. Wrap it back up. I don't think any of this stuff ever got wet. I'm pretty darn sure, 99.9% sure it never did. It's obviously very good. But the whole reason why I'm doing this is because the shed that this stuff has been stored in, the roof, is looking kind of rough. Like the squirrels and stuff are all scratching their nails into the roof for years and years, and it's kind of chewed up. And there used to be a dead tree hanging over it, and this past spring, my neighbors finally had to have the tree cut down. We were trying to hold off on cutting it down as long as we could, because it, even dead, it looked nice, and it, still had shade and whatnot, and they had a bird feeder hanging off of it. But this past spring, they had to cut it down. So anyway, after that, I looked inside the shed up at the roof, well, the inside of the roof, and I don't know when I first noticed it, and I don't know if it's been like this for years and years or what, but I do see some, like, staining / watermarks maybe in the roof, in the wood sheathing, but there's never been any water or puddles or anything on the floor of the shed. I haven't seen any signs that any water actually started leaking and dripping into the shed. But I'm worried it's going to start. So all the boxes that I brought in today are the ones that are under the part where I'm worried it's going to start. I'm pretty sure I saved everything in time before anything started leaking and getting wet. We're going to find out. But, I was worried. Well, we're still in pre-war. Maybe this whole box is pre-war. This is one of the 800 series, 807 Caboose. I have a whole set of 800 stuff. This is more recently acquired. I have a YouTube video on this stuff. Well, so far, I'm only 2 cars in. I don't remember what order of the boxes, like what was on top of what or whatever, but this box was probably on top, though, because it was lighter. It's lighter because it's the tin plate stuff. The tin plate stuff is very lightweight. And it looks great. Looks just like how I put it in. It's not rusty. There's a little bit of paint wear there, but, this is stuff from the 30s. It's not gonna be perfect. And I don't buy stuff that's perfect, because perfect means extremely expensive. I get on eBay, or I did. I have done this in probably 10 years. But I used to always get on eBay, I think it was always eBay, and find stuff that looked old and kind of worn and cheap, basically. Because I don't buy these trains to put them in a display case and, put them up on a shelf somewhere and say, look how pretty this train is. It's from 1930 something and it's in perfect condition. I buy these trains to run them. They're meant to be played with and run. Well, played with, you used to call them back in the day. Nowadays, it's run. I want to run my trains. I don't want, like right now, they've been boxed up and wrapped up, and they're getting re-boxed up and wrapped up, and I really hate that, but I don't have a place to put them right now. But when I was always acquiring this stuff, first off, I never had much money, so I wanted to get it cheaper anyway. And second off, I knew I didn't want to get stuff that was too perfect, because then I'd be afraid to touch it. And what's the point of having something if all you're going to do is collect it? I don't know. Part of it is, it's a collectible, but you got to be able to do something with it, too. Oh, what year? Hold on. What better idea of when I boxed this up? What year is on the paper? Sunday, June 5th, 2016. 16 to 26. 20. So that's what, 7 years? They've been boxed up for 7 years, and they're going right back into boxes. Hate it, but I don't have anywhere to put them. I don't have anywhere to set up the table. Except maybe someday that back spare room that we have next door that things are being stored in. Maybe someday I can build a new table in that room. But because it really doesn't look like we're ever going to try to like rent it out or have somebody live in there again or anything like that. But I don't know. once I do that, then that room will never be available again, is the problem. So, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't even know where I'm going to store this stuff. It's up on my bed right now. I think it's going to go under my bed, but I have to clean out all the space under my bed and put what's there somewhere else. Maybe there's a few things I can actually get rid of, but probably not. There is this one big tote box of just like my grandfather's old pants and stuff, different clothes. And I could probably get rid of most of that stuff, but there was just, I already got rid of a lot of his stuff, but there was some stuff I tried to keep. Wait a minute. Did I put this back in? This is another one? Do I have two 1680s? Yeah, this is a different one. I don't remember having two 1680s. I have more tin stuff than I thought I did. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah. Okay, I have two 1680s. Been so long. Yeah, newspaper I had somewhere. Okay. So this is another 1680 tin tanker. I kind of remember having two now, but not really. Okay. Now what I could be doing, I suppose, if people are interested, you know what, this is like getting recorded for whenever. I might as well do this. I have inside my desk somewhere. Nope. I know I have it. Just where? Nope. There. Two. These books are very old. The pricing is going to be completely out of date. But it will at least tell me what year things were built in. It'll give me a little general idea of how much things are worth, but I'm sure most of this stuff is probably, if anything, worth more nowadays, just because it's older. But, you know, all of my stuff is in, like, good condition. None of it's excellent, like, new, anything like that. It's just good. Okay. Book. This is pre-war. Actually, I don't know if I want this book. This book has a lot of nice details and stuff. Yeah, it's easier to use the other book, though. The other book is just like more of an index. Okay, 1680 pre-war. Yeah, pre-war is 1901 to 1942, by the way. But all of my pre-war stuff is like late 30s. You know, it's right before World War II. So it's not the really old stuff. Okay, 1680. 1680? 1680. Tank car, 33 to 42. Aluminum. Maybe. Ives tank lines, or no Ives. It's not Ives, it's shell. In good condition, which I'm always going to go by good. There's good and excellent. In 2002, this car in good condition was worth $19. If it said Ives, but that's off. I probably paid. I think I paid like, well, maybe it's not that far off. I probably paid $30 or $40 for the two of them. I think I did buy the two in a set. But if it said Ives tank lines instead of shell, then it would be worth $80 in good and 95 excellent. This is worth 19 in good and 35 and 34 in excellent, but you know, that's 2002, so can't go by the prices. But I can say that it was built between 1933 and 42. So that's those two. Well, I guess if I look up each piece as I go through it, this stream will last some time, huh? I was worried the stream would be short, but I got a lot of crap to go through, so probably not. Especially if I decide I want to set up the tester track. I didn't set that up yet. Paper. Where's the paper that this came in? I don't have the paper. I have to reuse it. Up there. This stuff, so far, knock on wood, we're only 3 cars in. This stuff's in pretty good shape. Oh, I gotta look up the caboose. The caboose was what, 807? It was 80 something. As far as like cleaning and oiling, when we get to something that needs to be cleaned, we'll do a little bit of that, but so far things have been pretty good. Okay, 807. Yep, 807 caboose. Yeah, you can't see it. That's okay. Built from 27 to 40. Wow. Yeah, this is very common. Red peacock roof, which is what that is. Peacock dark green roof or light red body and roof. Mine would be red with the peacock roof. $20 in good and $35 in excellent in 2002. But 1927 to 1940, they made the same caboose for that long, which makes sense. All those 800 cars are probably about the same then. I'll keep looking up the 800s. Those prices aren't going to mean anything anyway. Okay. So this whole box is probably going to be the old tin pre-war stuff. Oh, we got another tanker. This is one of the 800 series. $804. This one's a lot rougher shape. You can see the paint. I don't know if you guys can see it, but the paint's pretty scuffed. But like I said, played with condition is usually what I was looking for. And it's got one of the little stanchions that holds on the handrail here is loose. Right there, it's kind of just hanging. But I can pop that back in. The other one's loose too. That can be popped back in. It's not that big of a deal. Unless the tab is actually broken. Actually, the tab is actually broken off. That's a little bit worse. Yeah, the tabs are broken off. That's because, you know, when kids playing with the train cars, when I have anybody looking at my trains and I let them grab, I always teach them to grab onto the frame of the car. You know, the frame down here. But kids, what do? They grab like this. Like that. And so they grab onto these rails and they break them off. It's pretty common. I can probably look around and find new stanchion clips, or whatever these things are called. Then pop the other two off and then put some new ones on and put it all back together. Probably figure out how to do that, but I'm not too terribly worried about it. Like I said, I don't buy these things to display them. Yeah, they both popped off the same way. But yeah. So that's that. You can tell why the only kind of cleaning that I do with this stuff is just lightly wipe it down with a rag. Because you don't want to damage it with anything else. You don't want to start like wetting something and scrubbing it and stuff, because you're going to just pull paint off. It's that easy to pull it off. You only do that when you really have to. So just a little light wipe, blow on it a little bit. You know, I put them away relatively clean too, so. Okay, we have to stop playing this Where's the Newspaper game, Bill. So far, so good. Of course, this is the tin stuff, so as long as it doesn't get wet. Promised some friends in the 90s. Cool. Oh, Lionel G scale. That's very big, yes. Yeah, this is all Lionel O gauge. O scale, O gauge, whatever. 3-rail. There's the rails right there. Nowadays, this stuff is all considered, oh, those are just toy trains. You want scale trains. You need to get HO where there's only 2 rails because it's more realistic. And it's like they weren't trying to make them realistic back then. And I like them bigger. I don't like the little tiny ones. They're harder to see, and they're a lot harder to work on because they're tiny. I mean, I do have some HO stuff, but it's pretty much all destroyed because it was in a box in the cellar. It was like on top of something else on a workbench, and then the box got knocked over onto the floor. Nobody told me it got knocked over onto the floor, and I mean, the box is still technically there, but I know it's all ruined. I just haven't had the heart to even look at it. That stuff was pretty cheap, though, but still. Now, if this is all tin plate stuff, we might see some of the really old. Well, this is all really old, but we might see some of the stuff that my grandfather actually left behind. Because all this so far is stuff that I found on eBay and whatnot over the years. Okay. Oh, I still have a load in this hopper. Oh, that's cute. This tin stuff has the problem of being very lightweight. So, if you can find a way to weigh any of it down so it doesn't flip over as easily. I think this was more just for looks. You know, well, this is a little piece of metal. I got little squares of foil. So, yeah, there's some kind of load in here, right? Of course, with a hopper, it would just be like gravel or something. But it's little bits and pieces of stuff. It actually has... This is the 803, by the way, so same series of cars. The 2-axle cars. Let me take all this stuff out for a second. I shouldn't have really left this stuff in it when I packed it up. That was kind of stupid. What else is in here? Oh, I got a couple little parts, too. I got a little spring. Oh, that's just a piece of a chair. Another little spring. That could come in handy, actually. You know what? All these little parts, I'm going to put in my little parts container thing here. In case I need anything. Well, not these. I think I can just throw out, really. These stupid little plastic caps to cover up screws on, like, chairs and stuff. Big and cool. Yeah. The only problem with the G-scale stuff, the really big G-scale stuff, is the rails are usually plastic instead of metal. And they're not electric trains anymore. They're the G-scale stuff. Well, I don't know much about G-scale, but every G-scale stuff that I've seen, they're these big plastic rails. And then because everything's plastic, you can't have electric. They're all battery powered. You know, like if it's a steam engine, you have a steam engine with the motor in it, and then behind it is a tender that's just packed full of batteries. Like, here. If you're wondering about how big G scale is, this is the one G scale piece I have. O scale? G. That's how big it is. That's G. I have this because John found this, and he found it was this, and he found just the tender, not a locomotive, just the steam engine tender, G scale. Because he bought stuff on like flea markets and stuff like that to resell on eBay because he thought he was going to start making a lot of money with that. It didn't really work out too well. But he was never able to sell the caboose, so I have it sitting up here. The tender he did sell because that's useful for somebody that has a locomotive that needs a tender. But it's always got to be, everything I've seen in G-Scale has to be battery powered, and batteries are a pain in the ass. They're expensive, they don't last long, and then if you leave the batteries in the train when you're not using it, the batteries corrode and destroy whatever they're in, which would be the tender. That's why he was able to sell that tender, probably, because these little bits of metal. I don't know. Well, I can make up new foil bricks sometime. It's gonna be thrown out. But that's why he was able to sell the tender, because somebody else probably had a tender that they left the batteries in, and you know, the batteries start leaking and corroding, and then it destroys everything. So springs. Okay, all these little parts and bits I'm gonna actually put where they belong in that thing. Okay. Hey, the reason why I dumped this out is because I noticed that, see this little wheel? That is not just decorative. There's a little metal bit in there. You can't see, it's all shadow. Okay. Can't see it. Hold on. Flashlight. See the metal? It's actually a metal rod that goes through with a kink in it. And it's actually got little metal doors underneath. So if you wanted to actually load this up with, I don't know, a little tiny scale gravel or something, you can turn this little handle, or at least you could at one time, and it's all frozen up now. But you can turn that little handle and open up these little dump doors on the bottom, and dump it out just like the real thing. Nowadays, they don't. I would have to work on it to make them move again and stuff, and it's not worth it. And it's not like it's ever gonna close sealed up enough anyway. So, but still, it's pretty neat that they attempted that. This is the 803, and it's got some paint wear in the usual places where the kits go like this. But you know, overall, pretty good condition. Okay. Little rag. This one's kind of dirty still, but I'm not going to go crazy cleaning it. I'd rather let it stay a little dirty than go crazy cleaning it and then whoops, there goes the paint. I'm not going to look it up either because all of this 800 series is going to be the same, 1927 to 40. Really small ones, they're kind of cute. Yeah, they are. Just, I mean, HO is not too terribly small. HO is like 2 of these 3 rails, kind of, on the rail here. So it's like that wide. It's not terrible, but it's more scale instead of toy, and it's, I don't know, it's a bit harder to work with, I think. And I always grew up with the yellows. Well, actually, I always had that I had one HO set. Was my grandfather's. It was he just had a circle of track for it, and whenever the apartment was empty on the side of the house, duplex house, so one side was empty sometimes when a tenant left, he would set up those little HO trains on the floor, and I could play with them on the floor in the kitchen. That was like the most amazing thing ever. Oh, here's a boxcar. June 2016. Okay, here we have an 805, so another 800 series. Boxcar. Little doors that actually open and close. It's pretty good for, 1927 to 40. This is pretty good shape. You can see some taint wear here and there, but it's not that bad. Good condition, not better than good. I think these rails were a little messed up and I might have fixed them. But yeah. Pretty good shape. Let's see. I'm not looking at OBS enough to see how well I'm actually showing this stuff off. There you go. Rag. Need to get a science down to this. These don't even have to be wiped down. They're still in the exact same condition I wrapped them up in, which is exactly what I was looking for. I'm really glad that I got these boxes out when I did, because so far there hasn't been any damage in that shed. But I don't know how long that's gonna last before that freaking roof starts leaking. If that roof starts leaking while it rains in there. Everything else that fits in that shed, I'm not too worried about. Because I'll catch it right away. I'll check it and say, okay, it's leaking now. But the riding mowers in there and other equipment, but nothing that can't get wet a few times. The only thing that's in the area where I'm a little worried about the roof leaking, there's like 3 or 4 boxes of old encyclopedias, and when I boxed them up, everybody was telling me to throw them out. And I said, no, I'm gonna box them up. I think I have a place I can put them. So if they get ruined, I'm not worried about it. Okay, next. Pumpkin Wagnalls, I think. Like steel, like steel. Yeah, it needs the shed needs a new roof. Okay. Okay, this one I will look up because it's different. 1682. Well, that should go along pretty nicely with those 2 tankers that were 1680. Okay, this one I remember now. I think some of the wheels might be a little mismatching in size. This one's not in quite as good of a shape. Yeah, it's a little dirty and rusty. Got some paint wear and some rust. It's not terrible, but it does have some rust. Got a tiny little baby spider that I just killed. But this one, since it's a caboose, it probably only ever had 1 coupler, even though it's got metal tabs to put 2 couplers if you want. Actually, that one's broken off. Never mind. That looks like it never had a tab. Okay, so really this was built to only ever have 1 coupler. But that coupler is missing. I'm guessing I had another car with a broken coupler and I stole the coupler from this one. Because I have a few different cabooses, I guess. That's got a pretty good scratch in the paint there. Oof. So there's that one, 1682. That is barely good condition, I would say. Still probably good condition, but not as good of good condition as the other stuff we looked at so far. $1682. Caboose, 33 to 42. If it was vermilion, I don't even know what color vermilion is, but if it was vermilion with the word Ives on the side, that was like a special run of stuff. If it was vermilion with the side, with the words Ives on the side, 1682, it would be worth 34 in good and 70 in excellent. But mine is red or Tuscan and Lionel. Yep, it's red. And so it's worth $17 in good condition and 40 in excellent. Yeah, I knew this wasn't worth much. And this is barely good condition, so this is worth like $10, probably. Got some scratches on the top too. Yeah, this is well worn. It's not terrible yet, but it's getting there. The reason why this one didn't have a coupler, I think, I probably gave it something that was in better condition. Yeah, okay, so I'm looking at your comment again about the G scale in 1993. That was kind of rare for Lionel to do anything other than O scale. They did do it now and then, especially 90s. Yeah, that's more modern Lionel. That might even be when it was already like Chinese. Because nowadays modern Lionel is made in China, unfortunately. But it's actually really high quality stuff though, still Lionel. It's actually super high quality. Because nowadays with model trains, nobody wants toy trains anymore. People want scale trains. So things gotta look like they're perfectly to scale and have super immaculate details and stuff, which is really nice. But it also means a train that used to be $100 or $200 is now like $1,000 or $2,000. So, but that's just the way that the clientele for it went. Because I guess like regular kids nowadays and people that would buy the cheaper trains and stuff, those people don't really care about trains anymore, I guess. I don't know. I'm talking out my ass. This I'm not tipping because it sounds like there's something inside of it. Because it's another hopper. You thought it was a bit Vinny was doing? Oh yeah, this has some stuff in it. Hey, Lehigh Valley. That's a little important because I've been making some Lehigh Valley skins in Lehigh Valley. Okay, here we are done. Well, for now, I don't know. This is post World War II. You can tell that because this is plastic, which is basically how everything was by the time. You know, it's just cheaper. Actually, this is very post World War II because the coupler. Sorry, I'm taking away to look at it, but the coupler is fixed. It doesn't open and close. It's just fixed, which means if all you have is fixed coupler ones, in order to couple them up, you have to lift it up and line it up and drop it back down. So, cheaply made, basically. This is probably, I'm going to say late 50s, early 60s, because the post-war period goes from 45 technically to, I guess, 69, and then there's a modern period from 1970 to 80 something, and then anything after that is probably after things went to Chinatown. But still very high quality. See, the thing with made in China, made in China doesn't mean something's bad. It only means something bad if it was made cheaply in China. You can make stuff expensive in China too. Oh, it even says new 148 on the side of the car. That's cool. Built 148 it says, but no, I can tell just from the plastic couplers this was built probably late 50s. I'm going to say this is 60s because the couplers are plastic, completely plastic, and they don't open and close. They're fixed. And that's basically as cheap as they could make it. And they didn't go that cheap until like 60s. Yeah, both of them are closed in plastic. Yep. And they're riveted instead of screwed, but that's most of them. And what are the parts we have in here? This is a smoke unit from something. I think probably... Oof, it's all gunked up. But it's probably here because... actually, this is the top. I think. You would put the smoke fluid in here. But I think it probably stopped working because what it is there's a bunch of little wires coiled up inside that smoke unit. And you drop smoke fluid, which is basically just probably mineral oil or something. Some kind of fluid that'll burn a little bit and make smoke. And you drop the fluid in there and it makes smoke. And then down here you would have a little piston that was connected to the wheels of the steam engine, Random add. Yeah, I can't control that. But you had a little piston that would go in and out of here, and it would puff the smoke out the top. Unfortunately, with this was wired right to the locomotive, wired right to the power. So there was no switch to turn the smoke unit on or off. It was always powered whenever the thing was turned on the rails. So if you didn't keep enough smoke fluid in there, the coil wires inside would dry out. And if they dried out too much, they break. So that's probably why this probably didn't work. And one of the times that I was taking the locomotive apart, it didn't work anyway, so I just left it out. Most likely. Oh, okay, here's the piston that goes with it. Here's the piston that goes in and out to puff it. And then piston. Say piston loosely. It goes, it goes in here. Like so. And then this thing had like a little crank pin kind of thing. And then the one of the connecting rods off the steam engine would move this back and forth, and that's how you pump the steam out, the smoke out the stop. But it don't work anymore, so that's why I must have taken it out, because it didn't work anyway. To make things easier to take apart and put back together, maybe, I don't know. So I stuck that in here just as like some ballast or some other random stuff in here. I think that's part of an E unit. It's a wheel. But yeah, basically, by this period, these cars were made as cheaply as they could make them. And as far as what the number is of this car, in order to look up the value, which I'm sure is pretty low, it's probably worth maybe $10. 25,000 is not the number. That's just for show. Oh, I see 6076. I think that's probably it. Either that or it's on the bottom somewhere. Things are falling out of it. I'm trying not to get things that let things fall out, but things are falling out. I don't think they're important things, but still. Floor is messier than usual because the other day I took out that old steering wheel that had so much crap in the box. Oh, it's like a little screw. Interesting. Okay. I'm not gonna... If that 6076 isn't the number of it, then I'm not gonna flip it over to try to figure out what it is, because I don't want all the stuff to spill out. So this is post-war now. I'm sure it's worth like $10. I'm just interested in the year range when it was made. I want to say it's 60s. The 60s is when they really started doing it as cheaply as possible. 6076, that is the number. Lehigh Valley Hopper, 1963 only. So maybe a little rare if they only made it 1 year, but nobody cares about the stuff made in the 60s, is the thing. So it could be green, black, red, or yellow, Lehigh Valley. And all of them, good condition, $7, excellent condition, $13. So if this thing was in like perfect, well, excellent is pretty much perfect condition, which, I mean, it's pretty good. There's no real wear on it. I don't know if I'd quite say excellent, but it's pretty damn good. So even in excellent condition, it's worth $13. But hey, that means this is the perfect piece to let your kids play around with, because you don't care if it breaks. I think I got this plus a couple of other cars all together in one set. Super cheap. Probably. I think that was even in a set with another couple cars that were broken like into bits. And I just like, well, there's still some parts I can use. I think I bought like 2 or 3 cars together for maybe $20. Like, when I bought it, I'm sure it's eBay, but when I bought it, I made sure I knew what I was buying and knew it was crap. Do not to spend much on it. Nowadays with eBay, it's much more buy it now than bidding. I mean, there's still bids. A lot of stuff you can just do buy it now and then not have to deal with that craziness of trying to bid at the last second and all that nonsense. Oh, this had stuff in it. I didn't hear it. This is a gondola. Probably same vintage. It might have even came with it. This one just says Lionel, though. No, this is older. This is better quality. I can tell because you're not going to be able to see this. I know. There's the coupler, but it's actually has the coupler, like if I pull down on the pin for it, the coupler actually operates. It opens and closes. So that makes it a lot better than the last car we just had with the fixed couplers. Hope I didn't just break it. No, okay. The way they did these operating couplers back then, they still mostly work the same way, but nowadays the metal bit that you pull down to open up the coupler, it has a tab sticking out the side of the coupler, so you can just reach over and click it to open it up much easier. Back then they didn't do the metal tab, so the way you're supposed to open these, so basically if you don't have the track that opens these, you would just pick it up. Just like the fixed couplers, basically. You wouldn't work it like they could be opened. But you have a special track called what do they call the track? The load unload uncoupler track. There was a term for it, but anyway, there was a track that in the center rail there was a magnet with a button that you could wire up, turn the magnet on and off. And if you put this over the magnet pulls down on that pin and it uncouples the cars, which is pretty cool, really. And they've been doing that since, early post-war. So that's why this is a lot better quality than the last car we just looked at, because it has these operating couplers. But this is pretty good shape. A little bit of scuff. Too bad. I've got some bits and pieces in it. Little tiny piece of rail, piece of wire, connecting rod from something. Why that's in there. You know what that should be. Probably gonna run out of space, but that should be in there. A little piece of solder. Okay, that can stay in there. Toothpicks. But anyway, yeah. 6012. This should be worth a little bit more than that Lehigh Valley hopper. But the thing that's nice about this really cheap stuff is it still looks pretty good. It's cheaper quality and whatnot. It was for like the cheapo train sets and whatnot at the time. But it gets the job done. 6012. 6012. Lionel gondola made from 51 to 56. Okay, that's why it's better build quality. 51 to 56. I think if I remember correctly, 55, 56 is when they started cheapening out. Wow. This must be a super common car, 51 to 56, probably in every set they made. Because it is worth, in good condition, it is worth $2. In excellent condition, it is worth $7. I thought it was going to be worth a little bit more, because it was a little bit better quality, but it's very, very common. It's probably every single train set they made from 51 to 56 had that car in it. That's my guess. And the Lehigh Valley hopper that was pretty cheap, that was only made 1 year. So I wonder if nowadays, if people care more about the stuff made in the 60s, if that might be even worth a little bit more. I was a little worried about this stuff because obviously there's no such thing as smell-o-vision in it. But the newspapers and cardboard boxes and stuff, it all smells kind of mildewy. Got that certain smell, if you know, you know. Um, but everything's in the same exact condition as when I put it away, so I'm not too worried about it. Obviously, it would be nice to wrap them in a new newspaper, but you know we don't have newspapers anymore. I'd have to go next door to my neighbors and ask them for a stack of newspaper, which I'm sure you would have, because they actually get papers every day. Still, they get 2 papers. They get the 1 paper every day, and then they get the other paper that's once a week. Daily one. Times Herald Record. They gave up on for a while because they kept trying to. What the heck is that? Nothing. Okay. But the daily one, Times Herald Record, they gave up on ordering for a while because they kept. It was extortion, basically. Ew, is that a dead bug? I think it is. Okay. I thought it was like a little bit of metal or something. It was not. But it got so expensive to order it for, you know, once every 6 months. They gave up on it. And they said, nope, okay, we'll just get this other one, which is super cheap, but only once a week. And it fit their political views a little better anyway. But then eventually Times Herald Record begged for them to come back and gave them a better deal. And that's how you got to work everything now. You know, the people that are ordering, that are willing to order papers every day and have them delivered and stuff, that's your core customers. You wouldn't think you would screw them over. But yeah, they figured it out. This car is much heavier. This is a... Oh yeah, this is going to be better. This is a New York Central Gondola. 6462. Oh yeah, that number rings memories. This has got to be pre-55, I think. Built by Lionel. It's heavier. The truck's not only the wheels and parts of the coupler, but the whole truck is metal. It's got this big metal plate underneath that you would pull down with the magnet to operate the couplers. So operating couplers again. You can see they work much easier. I'm holding it upside down, so it's not going to be as good, but this has got a lot more weight to it. There's some metal in the base of this car, too. Yeah, the frame is metal. It's got a sheet metal frame, and then, you know, this is plastic, but at least there's a sheet metal frame. The other cars was just plastic. That's a big difference. And yeah, it's a lot heavier. This should be worth more. Good condition, I would say. Some scuffs. Paint's a little rough in a couple spots, but it's not worse than good condition. 6462. This should be worth like 25? 35 maybe? Of course, these prices are very off because this book is from 2002, which was a long time ago now. 6462, New York Central Gondola. 49 to 57. Oh wow, it kept running the same way until 1957. Wow. I would have thought it would have been 49 to 55. Okay. Black, green, or red? Wow, not worth as much because they were very common, I guess. Black is worth more than green or red, but not much. Black is $9 in good condition and $12 in excellent. Wow. I bet it's worth more than that now. But it's a good, heavy car. I like it. Yeah, the paper, you know, the paper, they cheaped out stuff. Times Herald Record, our paper, oh, it's weird. They print the paper super big now, so I guess it's less pages, but each page is really big. But a lot of it's not color anymore, and overall, it's definitely crappier quality. But no, back when Hillary was relevant, I guess. I'm doing my best not to talk about politics here. Sometimes. we always kept papers because we, especially back then, Mom had a lot of birds. We needed them for the bird cages. Ooh, this is very heavy. Good. These are good cards. I think I have 4 of these. Very dirty. Paint is still fine. It's really dirty. And like I said, I don't like trying to scrub and clean these things too much because then you're going to damage them. Because the brown plastic you're not going to damage, but there's fine white lettering on the sides, and you can easily scrub that stuff off. I mean, this is already getting rough. This is definitely not better than good condition. There you go. There's not too many bugs in these damn things. Built by Lionel. This is X3464. Now, this is heavy. It's got a metal underframe, metal trucks, metal wheels, operating couplers. And the reason why it's heavier is because this is what they called an operating boxcar. Because inside, other side, inside, there's a little man. And there's, see this, sorry, I'm not very good with this. See this pin here? If you park this over that magnet track that I was telling you about that could uncouple the cars, well, it could pull down that pin. And when you pull down the pin, let's see. Yeah, he's kind of stuck. But when you pull down the pin, the man pops out. Which is just cool. Operating boxcar. And then you close it like that, and that would click them back in. And then if you like oil it a little bit and work it back and forth, it works a little bit better. But also the magnet that buzzes to pull the pin down, it pulls it down pretty fast. And you can just kind of jiggle it, and that'll make them pop out better. But yeah, I think I have 4 of these. But this one is pretty dirty. But it's not in terrible condition. It's just, it needs to be cleaned. But once again, I'd be afraid of cleaning it and then rubbing off the white paint of all the little lettering and stuff. So that's why I never really tried to clean it. But there's no live bugs in these things. I don't think so. But it's in my mind now, so now I'm starting to feel things that I know where I know there's nothing. It's just like when you see a bug somewhere, and then you start feeling the hairs on your skin moving and stuff, and there's nothing there. It's just psychosomatic. Okay, last one of this box. This is the hopper again, I think. Yeah, red. Lehigh Valley, so it's going to be probably super cheap again. Oh, this has a lot of crap in it, that's why it's heavy. Okay, we have a patented foil block. We have a... Oh, we got a lot of stuff. This is the inside of an E unit, probably. Maybe. I'm not sure what this is. Yeah, it's an E unit. Basically, it's a electromagnet. It's only part of it. And then there's a metal pin that pops up and down when you turn the power on and off, and that's how it switches between forward, neutral, or reverse. I think that's what this is. It might be something else, actually. I don't know. It's no good anymore, whatever it is. And oh no, this was part of a whistle, I think. Oh, whatever. I just put stuff in these cars to put them somewhere and to weigh them down a bit. And you've got some rows of staples and random crap in here. Okay. Lehigh Valley. Once again, it's just going to say 25,000, but that doesn't mean anything. The actual number of the car, 6476 again, so we don't have to look that up. That's 1963. It's worth like $10. Yeah, it's good condition. The plastic's a little chipped up there, so probably fairly good condition. This is worth like maybe $10. This one's not as new. Remember, new is bad when you talk about Lionel. This one's not as new as the other one because this one has an operating coupler, at least one. Yeah, both couplers are operating. So this one Interesting. There's only one option for 6476 in that book. But this one should be worth at least a tiny bit more than the other one because it has operating couplers. But it is kind of in rough shape anyway. But, whatever. Stuff to be played with. That's why this stuff was on the row of cards in the box. And all the tin stuff was up on the top. And the tin stuff is much lighter, too. Oh, that's mildew. The smell. I think most of the smell is probably the cardboard boxes, too. Really need new boxes and new papers and wrap this up correctly, but I don't know when that's ever going to happen. Okay, now I got to pack everything back in here in the same order that I got it out, hopefully. So I want heavier plastic stuff to be on the bottom layer. Okay. One more. I don't want the tin stuff yet. The tin stuff was actually on the bottom. This is heavy. It's tin, but it's relatively heavy like the box car. Is there anything else? Plastic, though. I guess not. Okay. Packing this box so I can get to the next one. Yeah. You think the plastic's old? Maybe you weren't here yet for the tin metal stuff. The cars that are all tin. Those cars were made from the late 30s and early 40s, just before World War II. Okay. Good. That's one box done. Longer than I thought it was going to take. Now I gotta figure out where to put these boxes when I'm done with them. Yes. Well, the problem with the metal stuff, like the tin plate, is that everything's put together like with little tabs in the metal, and then you put the tab through a slot, and then you bend over the tip of the tab. Well, when those tabs break off, how do you fix them? You have to replace whatever had a tab that broke off, usually. Tin stuff is nice, but it's really not for kids, basically. And the problem was back in the day, it was for kids. Yes, up the irons. Okay, I need to put this box somewhere where it's behind another box. Okay, I'm gonna take my headphones off and fiddle with stuff. Oh. This one, I think. Ooh. Alright, next box. This box was heavy. I think I'm gonna find some engines in it. This is, you know, the heavy stuff's gonna be on the bottom, probably. Box car. Oh, this is one of the really crappy ones, yeah. Okay, this car. There's, I think, one other one. That was actually from my grandparents on my father's side. They had a bunch of trains up in the attic, and most of them were S gauge American Flyer stuff. S is smaller than O, but not as small as HO, basically. S gauge is not even made anymore. That's kind of a niche. Then Lionel ended up buying out American Flyer, but still. So most of their stuff was American Flyer S gauge. But they had two cars that were O gauge. My dad boxed up all the S gauge stuff. And he actually boxed it up really nice and taped it and carried it on with him on the plane to take it back to Texas. And as far as I know, that stuff is still boxed up somewhere. He never touched them. I don't blame him. You know, it's hard to get into trains. It's expensive. You need a lot of room for them. So this is one of the two cars. And this is very cheaply built. Most likely 1960s stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if late 60s. I mean, it's kind of colorful in a way, and it does have a nice symbol here for AirX. Another AirX shipment, and it says, you can't see anything. 60, what's the number? 6044? I'll look it up in a second. But it's very plastic. It does still have a metal frame on the bottom, at least, the metal underframe, but still. It's very lightweight, very plastic. The doors don't open. You know, everything's just kind of stamped on. And, yeah. Oh, actually, this one, the plastic is not chipped out for the hole yet. There's a hole here that used to have a screw to hold it down to the frame. So without the screw, I'm pretty sure, yeah, I can just pull it open like so. But there's also, here's the problem, on this end, there used to be just a slot for this tab on the car to go into. But all the plastic is broken out. So instead of just the slot, it's just a wide open hole, pretty much. Cheaply made. You can't really trust plastic to just put metal through. Usually with the plastic cars, they have something like this on both ends, where there's a hole with a screw holding it down. And then also some other tab somewhere in the middle or something to secure it better. But this was very cheaply built. So part of a set, I'm sure. So yeah, this is... And these cars, I think, they don't even really stay on the rails too good for some reason. Used and abused, you know. This wouldn't be worth 5 cents probably. Plastic trucks. The trucks are all plastic. The only thing that's metal is the wheels itself. Plastic fixed couplers that you can't open. Yeah, as cheap as it gets. I'm gonna say, actually, I'm gonna look it up just for. I'm gonna say it's like late 60s. It's pretty bad. But when my dad went through this stuff and he was like, "Hey, look," they were trying to give me all the trains. Thankfully, my dad was there at the time, but I was like, most of this stuff is S gauge. I don't have room to have two different sets of rails. And I don't think they had any of the rails too. But they did have some locomotives and cars for the S gauge American Flyer stuff. So I talked my dad into taking that stuff. 6042. But I did go through it and I saw this car and then there's a tanker. I'm like, wait a minute, this is bigger. This is O gauge. Oh, I'm gonna take the O gauge. Okay. Yep, AirX boxcar, orange lettering. Oh, not quite as new as I thought it would be. 1959 to 60. U, which means uncatalogued, because it's probably only parts of a set. There's medium blue, teal blue, dark blue / purple. This is definitely not dark blue / purple. Dark blue / purple is the one that's actually worth a lot of money, because it was, I'm guessing because it was uncatalogued, probably only part of one set or something. That's worth $80 in good and $250 in excellent, which is pretty good for one car, because it's rare, probably. But the teal blue is worth $40 to $75. This one, I'm going to say, is probably the medium blue. I don't know what the hell the difference is between medium blue and teal blue, but it's probably the cheapest one, the medium blue. And it's worth $6 in good condition, $16 in excellent, and this is in poor condition, so it's worth like $3. Which is about what I figured. But it's interesting to see. I didn't give it as much credit. It was only made from 1959 and 60, and it was uncatalogued. And then just above that is 6042 Lionel Gondola, 59 to 61, and then 62 to 64 uncatalogued, because by the 60s everything was kind of in disarray. It wasn't being very well controlled anymore. And that car is only worth $2 in good and $5 in excellent. So, like I said, once you get 59 to 60s, it's pretty cheap stuff, and people don't really care about that stuff. It's the problem. Okay. Actually surprised I even wrapped this one up. I wrapped it up so it wouldn't fall apart, probably. This I would just display on the table somewhere, because if I remember correctly, even if I did put some kind of screw in the end to hold the box down to keep it from coming apart, it still derailed pretty easily. So it was too lightweight. Okay, I need to put cars. Okay, I need to make space then. Okay. This box. Oh, we've already been live for what, an hour and a half? Wow. This is falling out of the paper. Hey, here's the other super cheap car that I was telling you about that I got from my grandparents. From my grandparents on my dad's side. You'll see there's a whole other set of metal cars from pre-World War II. That's what my grandpa's set was. That's what started me on Lionel stuff. Anyway, this is the other plastic 1960s thing. 45. That makes sense. The boxcar was 44. This has operating couplers, actually. Very lightweight, very plastic. It does have a bit of a metal frame here that the plastic is clamped down to, at least. I remember if there's any screws so that you can actually take it apart if you want to. I don't think, no, it's just metal tabs that are clamped onto the plastic. Plastic couplers. Oh no, the couplers are operating. The trucks are plastic, but the couplers do operate. Actually, there's a wacky screw in here. I stole the coupler from this at some point in time, and put this other one on here instead. That's probably why this one derails. Yeah, I must have had to drill out the rivet, because that one's riveted on. I think the rivet came out on its own, or maybe the plastic truck broke or something. And I ended up putting in this goofy screw that's nowhere near the right size. And yeah, this is a display piece, and it's not really that nice to even display. So you can see there's where you would put your hand like this, the plastic's chipped out. Plastic's missing here, so this is pretty poor condition, like the other one. I'm not even going to look it up. I'm sure it's from the same time period, and it's probably from the same set. It's probably worth about $2 again. Oh, I see that screw is pushing up the body of the car. Oops. Yeah, that's pretty rough. But we got those out of the way. I'm going to get all sorts of questions on YouTube when this video on the spot. Set up the train cars because I've been having some comments on some of my videos unrelated to trains. So you're gonna set up the trains this Christmas? And I'm like, sorry, buddy, but I don't have any way to do that. This is much heavier. Oh, I like this car. I don't know why I didn't take the crap out of the cars when I wrapped these up. This is a twin dump car. And it has a mechanism. I think it works with... It's not just something that you pull down like a magnet. It has a coil thing. Yeah, actually, I don't know if I can really show it to you, but what do I have in here? Just... Oh, you know what these bits of styrofoam are for? That somehow was how I mounted the camera to something, to a flat car or whatever, and then drove the camera around the layout and made a video. I have a few videos on the YouTube like that. I don't know what that plastic ring's from. Okay, so all these are actually somewhat important. So this is a Lionel Lines 335955. No, that's not the number of the car. Made by Lionel, New York. That's a twin dump. Like, I'll show you. Let's see. Yeah, they dump, and they dump out like that, see? You could have, like, fake coal or something in there to dump out. And it does work. It's kind of finicky, if I remember correctly. Probably needs something to be adjusted. But, you can't really see it, but right there, there's something that almost looks like a fancy shoe that would contact like a third rail. And that's pretty much what that is. There was a special track that had a separate little rail in between the rails that you would press a button to electrify that, and then there was a little motor that would dump the car. It's pretty neat. This was definitely a bit more expensive than other stuff. Although I think I did get a pretty deal on it. Good deal on it. I was very savvy with my train purchases on eBay because I did not have much money. This is from when I was a lot of this was when I was working on the railroad, so you know, I'd get paid and then pick out something. Maybe even before I was working on the railroad, actually. Let me look it up just for the heck of it, though. Oh, I put the stuff back in. I didn't look at the... Is there no number? On, off. Oh, there's an on-off thing? Huh. I don't know what number this thing is, actually. I know 335955 is not the number. That's too many numbers. Huh. Usually, it's gotta be 4 digits. Everything's always 4 digits. Oh, there's the on-off thing. Oh, cool. Be nice if off would lock it so that it couldn't dump, but it doesn't. I'm just gonna see if there's a number on the bottom. Nope. Well, damn, I don't know what number this thing is then. I know it's called a twin dump. Yeah, it has Lionel Corporation stamped on the inside, but it doesn't have a number. That's a little silly, Lionel. Usually if they have some kind of long fake number on the side, they still have a real number somewhere. I don't remember what number this thing is. It was when I was into the operating cars. You just look up 335955. I'm pretty sure that ain't it. It's too many digits. But maybe the book knows what I'm trying to go for. Still in 4 digits. Nope, we're in a modern area. Nope. It's post-war. I'd have to Google it. Oh, I know how I can find it. Oh, no, that's not it. 33615. This is 335955. Yeah, that's not the right number. Hold on. Stream, don't die. See different colors besides green. This is a set of heat shrink in case I need it. Bought that a little while ago. So I think I had my sister get me that for her birthday. That ain't the right book. There it is. Lionel post-war. Twin dump. Hoppers. It's gonna be under operating cars, probably. Too fast. It is hot in there. It's like cool enough outside that Mom was worried about getting the bathroom window closed. That doesn't keep my bedroom from being like close to 80 degrees. Probably. I don't think it's quite that hot. I got a couple of lights on, which doesn't help. So many times. The operating cars. I think it's going to be mixed in with the operating cars because it's technically it is an operating car. Action cars. Come on. Where's the box cars with the people in it? That'd be one for that. Oh, there it is. Cold dump. There's a page for cold dump. There it is on the bottom. Twin dump 3359. Oh, so the first 4 digits. Right? 335955. Yeah, 3359. It's probably built in 55. Maybe that's where they get the last digit. 3359. Actually, that other book that I just showed you does have prices in it too, but I think that's even older. Oh, that's pre-war. My dad got me most of these books. 3359. Lionel Lines 2-bin dump. Made in 55 to 59, so 55 is where they got the last 2 digits there. $22 in good and 55 in excellent. That would be worth a little bit more than that. I'm sure it is now. It's in pretty good shape. I don't know if it's quite excellent. You know, some of the paint's tiny bit scuffed from wear. One side's a lot better than the other. it does operate. I do remember operating it. It's probably worth like $60. Heavy. This is hard to carry correctly without, like holding it by the plastic bins or something. There's no frame to really grab onto. It's underneath the bins. It barely fits in the paper. So. Okay. Sorry. Bumped the camera. That needs to go. Here. Okay. Getting some more weight to it too. Still got 3 more of those brown operating cars in there. Oh, this is actually a modern boxcar. This, believe it or not, I mean, you can tell it's more modern. Yeah, it's got modern lettering and stuff like that. ATSF Super Chief. Please, okay. This is part of a set that I got for my birthday from, I think my mom and grandma got together and got it for me. I want to say very early 2000s. Maybe even late 90s. Not sure, actually. But, it's not that old. It's got operating couplers. And this, I'll show you, since it's the more modern one. I don't know if you can see it, but the coupler is closed right now. And there's a little tab right there. You pop the tab. There you go. The coupler opens. They refined the system a little bit better. There's like a stronger spring, and it's easier to work. And it has the metal pin underneath that the magnet pulls down. That's how the more modern cars are all made. Plastic. Have a metal frame? No, the frame is plastic too. And the trucks are plastic. The wheels are metal. The trucks are plastic. And so, yeah, that's just how everything's built nowadays. Nowadays, this is still kind of old. These are actually, they're built, even though everything's plastic, they're built pretty well. Pretty darn good shape. Not perfect, but pretty good. This is modern era. Obviously, the number's not actually 3137960. I don't think. Oh, there it is. 36224. Yeah, they did go with more digits in modern era. Let's see, just for the hell of it, if I can find it. This book does have modern era, too. 1970 to 2002. I don't know if that's new enough. What did I say the number was? 36224. I don't think it exists in this book. I see 36200, 205, 215. Nope, it's a little too new for this book. Okay, that's fine. It was part of a set. It's worth something. It's not worth a lot, probably. Guess I need a new book. But it's in good shape. It's better than good, I would say. I'm trying to stack all these cards on the bed. This is the boxcar. another modern one, I think. Makes sense, I guess. A bit of a stain. Oh, this one's been rusting a little bit. This is a stock car from the same set. A little rusty, a little messy. It was under a layer of other stuffs too, so there's no way it was getting wet from like rainwater. This is a stock car from the same set, ATSF. And it's got actual horses in there. There's like a little plastic thing that you can put the little toy horses in. And there's screws, I'm sure, that holds it on so that you can take it apart and play with the horses and stuff. It's nice. It's definitely not in as good as condition as the last car we looked at was borderline excellent. This is like no better than good because these metal tracks have rust on them. There's like some rust flakes coming off of it a little bit. Don't know why this one in particular is a little rough. But yeah. I didn't really treat this modern stuff as well as I did the old stuff. The locomotive from the modern one, I don't think we'll ever run again. If we get to that, I'll show you why. Basically, long story short, the locomotive from this, it was a nice locomotive. I think it was a Hudson. And the more modern style with the two motors. No, it only had one motor, but a motor with a gear on it, on a gearbox. But that locomotive was back. I used that a lot back when I had the train set up in the basement down at my house where we used to live. And that train, I guess my track was pretty rough shape too. Oh, that had cars and whoops, that stuff on it. This flat car. But when I had my train set up down there, the track was pretty rough. And there was a lot of spots where the track got more power than other spots. So sometimes, and the whole table was sloped a little bit too. So you would goose up the throttle to get up the hill kind of thing. And then it would whip around the curve, and then before you could catch it, it would fly. And that locomotive loved to just find it, speed up on me, and then just fly off the table. And I put I put like a laundry basket with towels or whatever in it to try to catch it if there was a spot where I knew it would fly. But sometimes it flew off a spot. I could usually catch it with my hand too because I knew it was coming. But sometimes it would fly off and I didn't catch it. And it would fly off and land right on its wheels on the concrete floor. It did that twice. This is when I was pretty young too, so I was, not as careful with things. But the way the motor is mounted, and then there's like a gear on the motor that drives gears inside for the wheels. It's all internal. And for some reason, no matter how much you try to take it apart and put it back together and get the motor mounted in just right and get those gears tight, the gears will end up grinding inside. So, I don't know if it's really fixable, but yeah. This is from the same set. Santa Fe flat car. Why is this stuff dirtier than everything else? Probably put it away that way. But, I think this stuff was always on display too, or it might have always been in a freaking box even when I had my trains set up, actually. Like I said, I don't really revere this stuff as highly, even though it's pretty nice. This one, besides being dirty, is in pretty good shape. I don't see any rust on it like that last car. This one could be cleaned up to excellent, probably. Operating couplers, but of course anything that can be plastic was plastic. But it's an operating flat car. It's got that pin underneath. So when you pop the pin, ta-da, it dumps out the logs. Somewhere maybe I have the original wooden logs that came with it. But you dump them out and they roll all over. So I had these other pieces of wood that I probably used to make like a bridge or something, and that's what I've had in it. I think I ran this car on the way out. Surely I did. I must have. I'm full of it when I'm saying this stuff was displayed because this stuff's in perfectly good working condition. Sure, I ran the car. It's just they're not old, so I didn't really care about them as much. Of course, they're old now. Probably early 2000s, probably 2003, 2004, something like that. So they're old now. I just don't see them as old. Okay. Hmm. It's gonna be a boost from the set. Oh no. Okay, this is another flat car from the set. This is a state car. This is not a dump. This is just a state car. Oh, Delaware Hudson. Different road name on it. I do believe it's from the same set. Yeah, it is modern. Yeah. So same, plastic stuff and whatnot. Uh, Pretty good shape. I would not say excellent. There's some scuffs. It's obviously dirty. But the plastic's not broken or anything. The lettering's not worn off. This one, I don't know if I have the original logs that came with it. Probably not, actually. But I had this. This is a old vacuum cleaner extension or whatever that I actually sawed off so that it would fit in here. Ta-da, you got a pipe. I was going to paint it gray to look more like a concrete pipe. I never did. But anyway, this car, if you take the pipe out and you use those bits of styrofoam and some rubber bands, this is the car that I would set up the camera on. So this car is actually pretty important. So the videos I have on my YouTube of the camera going around the layout, this is how I did it on this car usually. I think there was another thing that I did to rig up, but this was the main thing. Headphone wire is just constantly in the way. Fine. Doesn't in good shape. Pretty sure the bottom row of stuff in this box is going to be locomotives because this box is heavy, although there's like 3 rows of stuff, so it's a decent sized box too. So this is another box car. This is probably the dark, yeah, this is the dark blue box car. I remember. Still the same set. Now, 99% sure there's nothing in this boxcar. Are we AT and SF again? No, this is Hoboken Shore Railroad. Interesting. But there's a slight chance there's something in here because back in the day, back at the other house when I actually had some money, and I had friends that had some cash, and sometimes they gave me money to hold on to it for them because they knew they were going to spend it. Okay? And when they gave me some money to store for them, I'd stick it in there. I don't know why, but I wanted to stash it somewhere and keep it separate from my money. So, yeah, there's no money. And I think at some point in time, I also kept a little bit of my own money in it. But yeah, there's nothing in here. Nothing. No money. That was a long time ago. But yeah, modern day, as much plastic as they can use, but it's still built relatively well. I mean, the frame's not metal, just like the other stuff, but that's just modern day stuff. You're not going to get all. If you want all metal nowadays, it's going to cost you probably a couple $100 a car or something. It's crazy. I don't know. I'm way out of date on prices. Probably even more than that. I'm making my floor dirtier and dirtier. Okay. Once I get down to the bottom row, I think I'll just take something out and put it right back in. Got 3 more in this middle. Out of space to put this stuff. I'm not using that book. Another boxcar. All one set? I think I only ever had one modern set, but we're starting to pile up the cars here. Oh, no. This is a passenger car. Okay, this is completely different. This is post-war. We're done with the modern stuff. Okay. This is, I'm going to say 50s at a glance. It's got operating couplers, right? No, fixed couplers because it was a fixed passenger set. These all light up, or at least they did. I don't know if they still do. I remember trying to fix them and stuff. These are really scuffed up. They're nice. They're plastic, but they're heavy plastic. But the finish is really scuffed up, so they're not going to be worth much. They're borderline between poor and good, probably closer to poor. Well, it's got 2 bulbs in it. I think it probably worked. Okay. I like it when it has, like, actual screws, thumb screws to open and close it and stuff. That's, you know, higher quality. You're not getting into goofy plastic tabs and pins and clips. No, actual screws. Screw into an actual piece of metal. Decent weight for being plastic, really. It's a heavy plastic. It's thick plastic. 2436. So this stuff is pretty rough shaped, though. I bought it as a... Did I buy it as a set? I think I bought the 3 cars as a set. And the engines as on their own. I don't think I bought the engines and the cars together as one big set. That would have been too expensive, I'm sure. I bought the engines, and then later on I found the cars. And these are pretty scuffed up. I think I might have almost overpaid for them, actually. Most of the time I was very good with my pricing and stuff, but these I might have paid a little too much of it, seeing how scuffed up they are. 2436. Moose Heart observation. It's an observation car, but it's called Summit. 2436. Okay, there's 2 different ones. Moose Heart is 57 to 58. Oh, that's later. Summit is 54 to 56. Oh, so that's still before they started cheapening out. 25 and good, 55 and excellent. It's worth maybe $20 probably, but that's going to be per car. They're all in the same condition basically, so something. $20, $40, $60 just for the 3 cars. I don't remember how much I paid. I probably paid a little more than that, actually. I think these cars I might not have made as good of a deal on. But I really wanted actual passenger cars that lit up, and they were hard to find. Passenger cars that lit up. It's old. I didn't want something modern. Because I do have a set. I don't know if you see them. I have a set of tin passenger cars, the pre-war tin ones. And that's the set that was my grandfather's that got me into all this nonsense. And they're nice. They're tin. Well, actually, they're kind of rusty. They're in pretty rough shape. Because they were in the basement for probably 30, 40 years or something before I got into it and got them out of the basement and then put them in my basement. Which was a little bit better than this basement, at least. But yeah. If I run into those cars, you'll see them. But they're very sentimental. They were actually trains. Actually, I don't think I'm going to unwrap the other 2. They're going to be the same quality level. Oh, maybe. There's 2 Pullmans that are pretty much exactly the same. Okay. There's 2 Pullmans and an observation, and we already saw the observation. Soprano. I see. Oh, actually, no. This is a Vista Dome, and the other one's probably not. So I guess I will unwrap all 3. Clifton Vista Dome, 2432. I think one of these cars, the lights didn't work for one reason or another. I think I need to solder some wires. Oh, good. Dead flies and stuff. Glance. Well, that wire's on there. It's only got 1 pickup. You know, it's only got a metal pickup on 1 truck for each set of lights, so that's not as good as if there was a pickup on 2. One of these cars, I think, had issues with the lights. Maybe I fixed them. Let's see if they got bulbs. If one of these doesn't have bulbs, then that'll be the one. That doesn't work. This one's got bulbs, but they're kind of black looking. They probably blew out. Wires look okay. That one's been resoldered. Okay, yeah, I think I did fix it. Cool. I think I have a YouTube video on these running. Yeah, blast from the past. I really miss all these trains. Because I didn't just have them, like I said before. I didn't have them just to collect them, put them on a shelf or something. I ran them a lot. I had 2 rooms with tables just for these trains. And now they're just packed up away in boxes forever, probably. Because I don't foresee any way of changing it. I would need space. Not just money, I would need space to set them up. There is that one back room, but I don't foresee anything ever happening with that. I'm not going to get into why, but I don't see it happening with that room ever. That's the room where the train table originally was. This row, and then the last row I'm going to take out because I don't have any more room on my bed. This is going to be the last card set. I guess I will open it up and look at it because all 3 cards are different. I thought they were, at least 2 of them would be the same thing. Yeah, this is a regular Pullman. So we had the Vista Dome, and this is the Pullman. Is the wire still good from here? Yeah, I think I fixed them. Okay. 2434. Yeah, they're all in the same quality, which is pretty scuffed up. I mean, nothing's like broken, but the paint is just really worn and scuffed. You know, I'm not really showing the stuff off too good. I'm not looking at the screen enough. But even when I do bring it up to the camera, can't really see it that great anyway. But yeah. Not in the best condition, but they're perfectly runnable. They light up. You can tow them around. They're pretty heavy, actually. You need a decently powerful locomotive to pull them up. Because I guess they got a little bit more metal than usual because they have those metal brackets that the roofs screw down into and stuff. So, and the plastic's pretty thick, so they're pretty heavy, actually. Okay. All right, last row of stuff in this box. Now we're getting the locomotives finally, I think. Oh yeah, this is heavy. That was heavy. Ooh, we have a diesel. Oh, that's why it's so heavy. Yes, it's the GP7. Oh. Yeah, these papers are really rough. I hope nothing happened to the stuff. What is it? The bottom stuff, the stuff that's getting worse of it. I hope the stuff didn't actually get wet. I don't think it did. Hold on a second, I'm going to throw out this paper. This paper's really bad. Let me see if I got new newspapers downstairs, actually. I ran down and got some newspapers. Thankfully, we had some. Test, lurk, lurk, I'm back. Yep, I didn't mute. I didn't go to the BRB screen. How professional. Okay, so we've got our first locomotive finally. It's a diesel GP7. This thing is huge. If you're wondering how big this thing is, there you go. Coupler to coupler, 14 3/4 inches long. Longer than a foot. And it's very, very heavy. This is a good unit. These were well built. I got this thing for a steal. I mean, it's not in the best condition. You know, you can see the paint is not too great. This is black paint on orange plastic, I believe. So the plastic is orange. And then the paint is painted on. And then there's places where the paint is a little rough. I don't know why I'm pointing it out. You can't see it anyway. You can see a little bit of orange up there. It's because the black's worn off. So it's not in the greatest shape, but it does run pretty good. I do believe the E-unit even works pretty good. So there's the E-unit down there. There's a lever for it. It's not very convenient where they put it, but you know. And the number is 2338 GP7. I don't remember what I paid for this thing when I got it, but I got a pretty good deal on it. I think, you know, because the paint's kind of scuffed. And it wasn't in the best running condition when I got it. I had to fiddle with it and work on it a bit to make it run good. But it does run pretty good, I think. 2338, right? Yeah, 2338. Okay, Milwaukee Road GP7. That's what we got here. Like that. Milwaukee Road GP7 2338. Built from 55 to 56, so only 2 years. Okay. So there's two versions of this. A normal version and a rare version. This is the normal common version, where the whole cab is black, so the orange part is interrupted by a black cab. There is a rare version of this same thing, where the orange goes all the way through the cab. So the cab is black on the top and orange on the bottom. And then I guess the numbering here, instead of being white, is probably black. There's a really big difference between those two versions. This is the common one with the interrupted orange band. So in good condition, which this is, I wouldn't say it's better than good condition. It does run. There's nothing outwardly broken last I checked, but you know, the paint's kind of scuffed. Couplers might be a little weird too. I might have had to lock them so that they wouldn't open up. But anyway, in good condition, it's worth $145. I believe I bought that locomotive for probably under $100. I usually never really spent more than $100 on something, unless it was a really good deal. And in excellent condition, which this isn't, it's worth $245. Of course, this is 2002. Might be worth more than that by now. Now, if the orange went all the way through the cab, so the cab is half black and half orange instead of all black. If it's that special variation, instead of being worth $145 in good condition, it would be worth $900. And in excellent condition, it would be worth $1,700. Just because the coloring is different and it's a rare variant. That's the thing with collectibles. I'm kind of glad that this isn't the rare, super expensive one, because I'm not afraid to run it. like I said, I don't want something that's super collectible, super perfect that I have to just keep on a shelf and not run. That's not my vibe. Of course, now they're all packed up in a box for probably the end of time, but I can't really do much about that, unfortunately. Well, there you go. It's heavy. I'm pretty sure it does run. I could oil it, I guess. I wish I had liquid oil instead of WD-40. WD-40, it works, but it's more of a cleaner than it is a lubricant, but it's more of a cleaner. And it, you spray it so it kind of gets all over the place. With liquid, it stays where you put it. I'm gonna dump this thing off in the garbage because it's getting bad. One sec. Alright, I'm back. So with liquid, what you really want, with oiling these things, I mean, what you really want is liquid. You want 3-in-1 oil, which just comes in a little can. Click, click. 3-in-1 oil, for some reason, I looked it up on Amazon recently. For some reason, it's pretty expensive. I don't know why. It's just oil. It's little, just drops of oil, Why is that expensive? I don't know. I do have, if there's anything left in here, I do have a WD-40 pen. It's got like this applicator tip that you push and get the oil out. So it's still WD-40, but at least it's not the aerosol spray. But I don't know if there's anything really left in there. Let's see. Let's get this bad boy upside down. Yeah, there's, and this has been like that. There's a decent amount of rust on a few things. Like these are the metal pickups that run down the third rail to give it power. And the part that's important, these little wheel shoes that pick up the power, they spin at least, and they're not super worn. I might have even replaced just the shoes. I made sure to make them spin, but you can see, well, you probably can't see, but these are kind of rusty a little bit. But it works. It works good enough. And this in here is where you could take this cover off and put in a D-size battery. And the reason why you would, it's kind of silly. Now, for some reason back then, this is old, this is mid-50s. You would think that they could have, it's for the horn. This has a diesel horn. It just goes, it's a very loud, annoying horn. And you would think back then, they could have figured out a way to just run the horn off of the same power that the rest of the damn thing runs off of. But no, for some reason, it had to run off of a battery. Of course, people would leave the batteries in there, and it would corrode. Now, I'm 99.99999% sure that I wasn't stupid enough to leave a battery in here. Because first off, I know about that, the batteries corrode. And second off, the horn did work, but it's an annoying horn. It doesn't sound like, a horn you would normally hear on a diesel horn. It just goes, it's annoying. It's not really a nice sound. Okay, I took that screw out. I do believe. There we go. Yes, there's no battery in there. Okay, I was pretty sure I wasn't stupid enough to leave a battery in there. So the battery goes right here. How wild is that big old D battery? And the way the relay is, the relay that activates the horn, I'm pretty sure if you put a battery in it and then turn it upside down, the relay makes contact and the horn starts going off. That's another big problem with these. Well, the reason why you would leave the battery out is because anytime you turned it upside down to like oil it or whatever, there wasn't any way to turn it off because it wasn't being activated by the power. It's just because of this stupid battery. So yeah. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't in a big enough rush and stupid enough to leave a battery in there. I was 99.9% sure I didn't do that, but yeah. Now I'm 100% sure. Not like it's that hard to. So I guess it's going to be a little bit tricky to line the screw back up, but it's not that bad. Actually, work smarter, not harder. Nope, that's the wrong thing. I want the screwdriver. There. I mean, just look how big this thing is. Oh, the screwdriver has the metal part that you can flip around between Phillips and flathead, but it's been sitting for so damn long, I can't get it out. It's a screwdriver too often, you see. I have another one, but it's not magnetic like this is. Of course, this screwdriver is one of these. Yeah, it's universally, you flip it around to the other side. But the magnet on this thing is at the far end of the business end with you attached to the screws. So of course, that might work when the thing is brand new. But now the only thing that's magnetic is where the magnet actually is on this end. The tip that you would put the screw on is not magnetic at all. But you know, this was a cheap thing that people would give away. I don't know what it says on this one. Oops. Keeping things moving. KAR products. You got me. Quality since 1950. Okay. You can't see what I'm doing, but even if I was in frame of the camera, you still wouldn't be able to see it. So I got the screw in, I think. Well, just getting it started, you know. Of course, don't cross-thread the damn thing. Okay, I got it started. So there's something else magnetic that I'm dealing with. I'll show you in a second. This locomotive, like a lot of locomotives has magnetraction. Which is basically magnets placed. This is the drive truck. That's the WD-40. This is the drive truck. Yeah, these are the drive wheels. That's the truck that just pulls the power. That's the truck that drives. That's where the motor is. But that giant metal bit between the wheels. Oh, wait, is this not magnetic? Oh, come on. I just felt something stick. Anyway, this is all magnet here. Or at least inside the axles is magnets, I think. But, you know, it's always inside this metal, so the rest of the metal is probably at least a little magnet. So the magnets get transferred out to the wheels, and you can tell when you put it on the rails. Basically, the magnetraction helps it pull a lot better. And it keeps it from flying off as easily, too. Nowadays, instead of magnetraction, what you get is like... Okay, you can't see it. It's just lighting. This crap. Nowadays, the magnetraction, instead of magnetraction, at least the modern stuff that I knew about in those, I guess it's not modern anymore. But instead of magnetraction, they would just put little rubber tires on some of the drive wheels to give you more traction. It helped, but it wasn't as good as magnetraction. You know, magnets are expensive. So if I pick up this locomotive on this piece of rail, pretty sure, yeah, it'll take the rail with it. That's how strong the magnet is. A little bit, anyway. If it was just a short piece of rail, it would just keep the rail with it. So, yeah, this thing is well built. And the railings here is just stamped sheet metal part of the frame. So even if your kids are grabbing it like this instead of the way they're supposed to grab it, it ain't gonna break. It's not plastic. It's not thin little plastic. It's metal. You know, and it's not little thin wires either. It's just sheet metal. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, it was never real easy to move the wheels on this thing, the drive wheels. A little bit of crud in the gears. Like that. Any little metal bits in the... maybe. I don't know. Let's see if I can get any oil out of this thing. Yeah, the gears are dirty. Oh, it can fall over now. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to try to get the transformer set up right now. I don't think I have a lock on first off to attach the wires to the rails, but I could stick the wires in the end of the rail. And I have to plug it in, and I have to fit the transformer somewhere where I'm really out of space for it. So I don't think I'm going to try to run it right now. But I know this thing runs. I used to run it a lot. I've got videos of it running. Oh, the mildew smell. Ugh. Okay, so I'm going to wrap it back up for now. We got more stuff to look at. I don't want to spend a long time on one thing. That's why the box was so heavy. This is so heavy. That, and I think I want to pick it apart a little bit more. Like, I know the motor comes off the truck, and I want to see if I can clean out those gears a bit. The gears for the wheels have crud in them. Hopefully it's just crud from sitting. Leaks there. It's stuck to the magnets, you know? Like little rust particles from different stuff that ended up getting stuck to the magnet in the gear. So now I gotta get, like, I don't know, an old toothbrush or something and try to clean them out of the gears. Yeah. But at least we got some new paper for this one. What I mean by they make the papers a lot bigger now. It's less pages, but each page is way bigger. Oh, this is Epic Times, or Epoch Times, I always call it. I would spell Epic, E-P-O-C-H. Epoch. Epoch. First of this, I want to put it down. This is the box. Okay, well, that's part of the reason why this box is so heavy. This is much lighter, whatever it is. It's supposed to be a car. Oh, this tender. Okay. Okay, we're doing locomotives and tenders now. This paper is pretty rough, too. Phew. The mildewy smell is getting bad. I wonder if the stuff got a little wet. I don't think that roof ever really leaked on it. But it's there's no climate control or anything in a shed. So we've had plenty of really hot summers, humid. This year was really humid and wet. So I think even without the roof leaking on it, yeah, I should have gotten these trains inside much sooner. I still don't know where I'm going to put them, but they can't be out there anymore. They just can't. Okay, this is a tender. I do believe this is a non-whistling tender. I do believe this tender goes with the 25, I think. It's light. It's a little light, but it's still nice. It's got metal trucks and metal wheels. It's got an operating coupler. I think it was a little bit easy to derail because it's light. You can see there's a hole here. I think that would probably be for the whistling version. Maybe there was a lever or something. Yeah, there's a hole here that you would have wires for the shoe to pick up power. I see the number 6466T. Yes, okay. And then 6466W would be whistle. Yep. These are matched up with multiple different kinds of steam engines. Nothing's broken, but the paint isn't too great. Well, the black paint I think is fine, but there's bits of green all over the place. So either it was made out of green plastic and the black is worn off in some spots and you're seeing the green underneath, which maybe that's it. Or there's green paint here and there that somebody had on their hands or something. I don't know. It's in the normal wear spots, though, so I have a feeling it's green plastic and the black paint is getting worn off in some spots. Not worth much, the tender on its own, anyway. The engine that it goes with is probably worth something, at least. Yeah, I like this one. I only have, I think, maybe 2 whistling tenders. I think only one of them actually works. The whistling tenders, they're neat, but they're tricky to deal with. Kind of hard to make them work just right. Like, down the rack. But the whistling tenders, they have this big motor inside with a whistle, because it's not like just a speaker or something like you would expect nowadays with an electronic thing. No, it's an actual motor with a little fan blade on it, and then it blows the air through something whistle shaped, and it makes it sounds like a steam whistle. It's actually really nice. But unfortunately, when that motor gets old and it doesn't work as good, then you're almost hearing it. You're almost hearing more motor than you're hearing whistle. And if you're trying to blow the whistle when the train's going around the track, so it's not a perfect, consistent voltage and stuff, then it doesn't work quite as good, and it's kind of sucks down the power to try to blow the whistle, so then the train doesn't have as much power. That kind of stuff. It is neat to have whistling tenders, but yeah. Anywho, this paper was bad too. Yeah, everything on the bottom is kind of rough shape. Yeah, I wonder if the stuff did get a little wet. I mean, the trains themselves are in pretty decent condition still. I don't see anything really bad damage-wise, but I think they might have got. I didn't think that was actually leak, but I wonder if sometimes, every once in a while, it does actually leak. This could use just half the paper. Let's see if I can. Don't have a whole lot of papers. Starting now. Don't have enough space to hold this thing right to rip it nicely. If you're wondering why I don't get like a pair of scissors, well, I'd have to go get a pair of scissors. More importantly, I'm left-handed. Scissors do not work. Even with something as simple as a piece of newspaper, if I tried to use scissors, it would just fold. I can't use scissors. Never could, never will. I don't care if the scissors are called left-hand scissors either. They still don't freaking work. Gonna be another tender, I think. This is heavy though. Maybe it's the whistle tender that we're talking about. Yes. This is the one that actually works. Paper, okay, still. This paper's not too bad, actually. I'll run this paper. Can't keep repapering everything. Not right now, anyway. This, I think, looks different than the other one. I was going to say it's 6466T, but I don't think so. Oh, the number's worn off. Not T, W, I mean. I can't make it out. I knew what it was before. It goes with the 2037 locomotive. I know that much. But anyway, this is the whistling tender. And it looks like the wires are still good shape. It has actually 2 contact wheels, which is better than 1 as far as trying to make contact with the for blowing the whistle. And I don't, you might be able to see it right in here. There's that little fan blade from the motor, and then there's like a little whistle box that it blows the, it must be pull the air in through the bottom, and then it blows it out through the whistle box, and that's how it makes a whistle. Pretty neat. It's very heavy because there's a motor and a little relay and stuff in there, because there's a little relay because there's a button on the transformer. You gotta have a transformer that has the whistle button to blow the whistle, and you gotta hook up the wires the right way too. But I'm not quite sure how it works, but it sends a different kind of pulse to the power that sets off the whistle. Sets off the relay to blow the whistle, I guess. But yeah, pretty good shape. I think this is my only working whistling tender. Pretty sure. I might have one other whistling tender that doesn't. Maybe. Can't remember now. This one does work. Although, like I said, sometimes you hear a lot more motor and buzzing than you hear whistle. What am I going to do with these trains? Of course, as soon as I brought in some boxes, and I told Mom that I have to bring in the boxes and I'm going to shove them off and scream at you. First thing she says, you could sell some of them. I can't do that. First off, they're not worth much. I mean, you're seeing the condition. They're workable. They're not broken, but they're not nice condition. You know, they're not excellent. They're much better than good. They're not worth. I didn't pay a whole lot for them, but they're not worth much more than I paid for them. Except for I can't get rid of them. I mean, they're trains. You guys have seen how much I like trains. This is heavy. Oh, we've got our first 44 tonner that doesn't work. Never did, never will. Yep. Oh, this is dirty again. I don't think this stuff got wet, because the only thing that was really dirty and with the papers looking bad and stuff was that GP7, so I think that was its own thing. More would have been wet. Not too worried about repapering this one because I know it doesn't freaking work. And this has got little bits stuck in the magnet too, so that's just dirty crap that needs to be cleaned out. I know this does not work. This is a 44 tonner that they made back in the day. Lehigh Valley 627, plain red. I'll look up what it's worth, but it's not going to be worth anything near that because I know it doesn't work. I'll show you why it doesn't work. 627. I have a couple of these 44 tonners because anybody that's watched me and listened to my railroad stories or whatever, you know I have a soft spot for 44 tonners. So when I found out that Lionel made a 44 tonner back in the day, I had to find at least a couple of them. I have two of them and they're both broken. Probably irreparably broken. Lehigh Valley GE 44 tonner, made in only 56 and 57. And this is if it's running in good condition, which, I mean, if it was running, I suppose it would be good condition-ish. I gotta look for the screw hole and see how bad that is. But if it was in good condition and running, $65. And then excellent, $105. They're not worth much. They never were. There's a little on the rare side, but nobody cares. I think is the story on these. And so the way this works is it's a sheet metal same. So 56, 57, that's after 1955. That's when they started cheapening stuff out. So the frame, by the way, for example, the big metal frame down here is just a piece of sheet metal. You know, and this is just folded up. These railings are just part of the sheet metal that was folded up and bent up. And before 55, these things, locomotives would have a die-cast metal frame, thick die-cast frame. And then the plastic shell would have like a metal tab with a screw that would lock in, and maybe even another screw somewhere else on either end. It wouldn't be like this. And, you know, so basically things didn't break as easily. This, after 55, is how they started cheapening things out. And, by the way, the camera, the lighting, whatever, is washing it out too much. It's not that pink looking. It's red. It's not pink. My lighting is terrible. Always is. Always will be. That's a little better. But anyway, the way this always works is there's two metal tabs on this end that are, you know, part of the sheet metal frame. And then on this end, there's a screw. There's one little screw to hold the whole thing in place, right? The screw right now is out. The first thing I do with any of this old stuff that's held together with one screw like that in plastic, on unreinforced plastic, is even if it's not broken yet, I take out the screw, put it aside. I don't care if it's loose. I don't want that screw in there ready to crack and break the plastic. So you can just lift this up and pull it out of the tabs. It does make for taking it apart easier, but the downside is, now this one I think has been repaired. Yeah, it's been repaired. You can barely tell. It's been repaired correctly, nicely. But let's see if I can show you. You know what? Where's something I can point with? There's a screw hole, right? And what you'll never see on the camera is there is a hairline crack in the plastic that somebody glued. The plastic might have even broken off completely and then somebody glued it back together. But anyway, it is almost impossible to find any of these plastic shells without either a crack or break through the plastic at this hole. It's almost impossible. Because the problem is that here's your sheet metal frame of the locomotive, right? Right here. Oh, and this motor's not held in with anything. Nice. Here's your sheet metal frame. And there's the metal tabs that this end, you can see the little indents in the plastic, maybe. That goes into the metal tabs on the frame. These metal tabs here. It slides in like that. And then the whole thing is just held down with that one screw. Not only do most people not know to try to, when you pick up something like this, and of course it's very heavy, to try to put your hands underneath the metal so that you're holding the whole frame and not just the plastic. Children really aren't going to do that, and they're just going to grab the plastic and pull up. So when you pick up this thing by the plastic without trying to hold onto the bottom, like onto the metal trucks or something, and support the whole thing, you are putting a lot of weight and pressure on that one screw that's just going through plastic that doesn't even have any metal reinforcing it or anything. So these are always, that screw hole is almost always broken out. The plastic's not the best quality either. Okay, and on top of that, that's one problem with the 44 tonner. Relatively minor compared to the major problem of the 44 tonner. Along with the other smaller diesel locomotives made at this time period, is the motor itself. At first glance, it looks fine. It's just a motor, you know, the brushes are right here, wires, whatnot. Oh, this one has an E unit that I think still works too. The problem is if you flip the motor upside down, this is going to be really hard to actually show off, but I did make a video on this with my Seaboard 602, I think it was. It's an end cap switcher, but it's the same size as this. And the same motor. The motor down here is stamped together, this motor frame. This is just an aluminum frame, and it's just stamped together at the factory. And I don't know if you can tell, but when I pinch the metal together, there's a lot of play. And this motor being stamped together is what determines these gears for the drive wheels to be in the right place and to mesh together correctly. So basically, when it gets this loose like this, when you put it on the power and start it up, instead of running nicely, it just shudders. It just makes a lot of noise. It shudders, it rattles, it vibrates, it barely moves because that motor gear is not perfectly meshing with the other gears that drive the wheels, and everything's kind of loosey-goosey, and it doesn't work right. And all of these motors with this kind of stamped frame that was just stamped together instead of screwed together, they all have that problem. Before 1955, there's an actual screw right through the bottom that holds the motor down in place. And I think the frame's not stamped together like that either. I think there's actual screws. They're fixable. This thing, when this goes bad, you can try to fix it, but at the end of the day, you're going to have to find a whole new motor truck, which is basically like finding another locomotive, you know. What I did to fix one of these, my Seaboard, and it kind of worked. It didn't work amazingly well, but it did run down the track, is where it's really loose here. I think I put a piece of wire around it. I made a video about this, so put a piece of wire on around it, and then I got some pliers, and I just kept tightening the wire tighter and tighter. This was partially my dad's idea too, and I kept tightening it and tightening it and tightening it. I also tried putting a bolt through it and clamping it together tighter with a bolt, which didn't really work quite as good. I think I ended up with a rubber band instead of a wire, actually. But anyway, if you can get this to hold together tight enough, then all of a sudden it goes from shudder and vibrating barely to move to vroom, it just zooms down the rail. Because ta-da, it works. And if you play with it enough, back and forth, even when it's like this, you push it down, you force it one way, force it the other way, then turn on the power and try to run it, turn off the power, play with it some more. Eventually you'll get it from shuddering to, for like a few seconds at least, vroom, takes off. But it's very frustrating because you can never really get it to work right. And this one, apparently, I didn't remember this, but I guess so. There's these two metal tabs that are also just part of the frame that stick up through here, and then there's a spring and a clip. And that's how it's held onto the frame. And this one of those metal tabs is completely broken off, so it's not really attached to the frame too well. I do not remember that, but I kind of remember that now. I must have bent it a couple of times, taking it on and off in frustration, trying to fix it, and I broke it right off. So that's great. So even if I could get this one, get the gears to work right on this one, which I highly doubt I could, I would then also have to come up with another way to attach that, because that metal tab's gone. So this thing is just display only. Probably always will be. But I've got a real soft spot for 44 tonners, so I really wanted to make this thing work. I don't think I paid too badly for it, because I remember at the time I researched these things, and even in that post-war book I showed you, the post-war book goes on about the broken out screw hole. It doesn't really mention too much about the motors that shudder and stuff, but I looked it up, I think, on other sites too. Um, but I kind of knew what I was getting into when I got this thing. I don't remember if I got both 44 tonners at the same time. I don't think so. I can't remember. But I made sure I didn't overpay. I got these pretty cheap. Because both of them, the seller could not say, runs perfect or anything like that. Because they either didn't know or knew it didn't run. So I didn't get fleeced. But yeah, these aren't worth it. It's, even though it's not really sentimental because I didn't have them at the time back in the day as a kid or anything. They weren't my grandfather's or anything. They're kind of sentimental just because they're 44 tonners. What else was I going to say about this? Something just entered my brain and then left it immediately. Oh, and also scaling wise, it's really silly. Unroll this. You'll see if I get another locomotive that's the NW2. This is a 44 tonner, okay? Now, real life 44 tonners in the world of trains, real life 44 tonners are pretty small. They have two engines, one at either end, but each engine is smaller than the one engine that's in, say, NW2 or SW, whatever, end cab switchers. And they're geared really low. They're really just switchers, And the problem is this frame with just a few little modifications is the same exact frame that they used for the cheaper NW2s made after 1955. You'll see if the last locomotive in here is a 44 ton, is the NW2. I don't know if it is though, but the Seaboard is the one I have. But in real life, the 44 tonner would be like maybe 3/4 the size of the NW2. So if this one's the NW2, the 44 tonner should be like here, maybe, probably even a little bit smaller, maybe even a lot smaller, maybe like half. Actually, with the center cab being here. So they just kind of cheaply wanted to use the same frame and everything, when in reality it should have been a lot smaller. And then also the real thing, the 44 tonners, they don't have they don't have this walkway on the front and back end. They don't. There's the grill here is the front of the locomotive. There's no walkway and railing. There's nothing. All there is a ladder here to get in there, and then there's a ladder here to get in there. There's no there's no walkway on the end. So Lionel really, they just wanted to make something a little bit cheaper that fit in the certain price range for their toy train, and they didn't really care about accuracy too much with this one. Sometimes Lionel really cared a lot about accuracy back then, and sometimes they didn't. And this was the locomotive that they didn't care about accuracy. That's one of the reasons why I don't like much. This one. Did I get this? Oh, there's a steam engine. Okay, this is the last thing, and it's the steam engine that goes with that, with one of the tenders. It's either going to be the 2525, or it's going to be the 2037. This is a 2037. This is the one that goes with the whistling tender. This is my best running locomotive. And these papers I'm going to throw out. All of these are going to have cruddy gears because there's all this like crud. I don't know how else to explain it. You can see all this black stuff here. And it's all of these with the magnet traction. That crud must have little bits of metal in it, like rust metal or whatever, and it's gumming up in the gears. Boy, that's going to be fun to try to clean. This stuff is not preserved as well as I wanted it to be. First I thought it was, but now I'm not thinking so much. I don't think it got wet. It's just from the humidity and just sitting out there in that freaking shed. It's fixable, it's cleanable, but I'm not happy. But anyway, this is the 2037. This has magnet traction. This is a pretty powerful locomotive. Actually, one of the times I took it apart to clean it and service it and stuff, when I took the brushes out and cleaned them and put it back in, it kind of lost some power, I think. I think it needs new brushes. It still works, but I remember when I first used it, like I might have taken it apart and cleaned it and oiled it once, and it worked great. And then there was another time, like a year later, when I cleaned it and took it apart, cleaned it, oiled it, and put it back together, and then it didn't work as good, and I was a little upset. It still works very good, but it doesn't pull quite as hard. And the E unit works perfect, going between forward, neutral, reverse. I would say this is very good condition. Wouldn't say quite excellent, but very good. Very heavy, of course. Locomotive. Everything's metal on this thing. There's no plastic. Okay, there is one little issue. You see a little piece of tape here. This cow catcher on the front, you're not going to be able to tell with this. I couldn't tell for the longest time, but and this damage was here when I first bought it too. Is somebody ran it into something, maybe ran it off the table or whatever, and it's bent down slightly. And since it's bent down slightly, sometimes the very tip of this cow catcher, if your track's not perfectly level, will tap the third rail in the center and short out just for a split second. And that'll take it out of gear, you know, because that's how the E unit works. So I had a little piece of tape on there. I could put a new piece of tape on there whenever I get this thing running again. But yeah, screw. Look at that, a real screw. Screws down there. I'll remember how to take it apart eventually. I'm not going to take anything apart and try to clean oil and run anything tonight. I don't really have the space or the setup for it, and I don't have any tracks to really run on it anyway. I could power this one rail and go zip back and forth, but what's the point? I don't know. I'm kind of dejected about the fact that I don't have the train table to run these on anymore. But at least I'm taking them out of the box and looking at them and stuff. That's something, right? This one, by the way, has a smoker. And like all of the older locomotives with the smoker there, there's no way to turn the smoker on and off. So that's the one reason why I didn't run this as much, is because whenever you put power to this thing, it doesn't even matter if you have power on it and you have it sit in neutral just so that it lights up pretty. It has to have smoke fluid in that smoker. And if it doesn't, you're going to burn out the wires, and then the smoker's going to be no good. I'm pretty sure the smoker on this thing is still good. Yeah, it's still in there. So, always have some smoke fluid in this thing whenever it has power. The more modern ones, there's a lot of things you can say about the old ones being better and heavier and all that stuff, but the more modern ones, they have a little switch underneath the cab to turn the smoker unit on or off. And if you can turn the smoker unit off, then you don't have to worry about whether or not there's fluid in it. Of course, you could just modify one of these old ones. You could just find the power wire that goes to the smoker unit and splice in a little switch and mount a switch somewhere so that you can turn it off. But how do you do that and make it look original still? Somebody's going to turn it upside down, see a goofy little switch glued somewhere or taped somewhere and say, hey, that ain't original. And then, now your $200 locomotive is worth about $50 because it has a little switch wired into it, which is silly because you could just easily take out the switch and splice the wires back together and ta-da, no one would ever know. Okay, so 2037. I am going to look up the value of this one. This is one of my favorites. For sure. Pretty sure I didn't overpay for it either. I don't remember what I paid for it, but I remember when I had these books. Oh, that's pre-war. I had these books when I bought stuff on eBay, so I was able to look up the values and stuff. I think they were outdated even then, but it gave me a pretty good idea of what things should go for anyway. 2037. Now, see, this is a very common steam engine style, by the way. By the way, fun fact about Lionel trains in general from back then. This is a 264. Unfortunately, Lionel didn't get the memo that America never really ran any 264s. That was a wheel arrangement maybe in Europe somewhere, Baltic maybe. But in America and a lot of other places, it was always 462. For some reason, they didn't get the memo. You have to go into modern day Lionel before they finally realize, wait a minute, it's supposed to be the other way around. The boiler and everything else is modeled like a 462 Pacific, and they're considered Pacific class locomotives, but the wheel arrangement's wrong. That's just the way they always were. And if you can find a locomotive that's kind of like this, but a different styled body, and it's a 464 instead of a 264, that's a Hudson. And for Hudsons are extremely valuable. They were fancy breed. That's what my modern day steam engine is, that has the gears that don't want to mesh together most of the time, because I used to run it off my train table. That was a Hudson, I just remembered. It was a 464 Hudson. It wasn't really modeled after the New York Central, but anyway, 2037. Now, if I remember correctly, with 2037, there was a bunch of versions of this locomotive with different numbering. And 2037 would have been after the Korean War, which is important because the ones made during the Korean War didn't have magnet traction. They couldn't use the magnets because they were using the magnets to make stuff for the Korean War. Because Lionel also made like maybe transformers or electronics, something, radios maybe, for the war effort. That's why during World War II, Lionel completely shut down its toy train production. They went pure wartime production. During Korean War, they still made their trains, but they couldn't use the magnets, and a lot of other stuff they had to like not use as much metal for stuff, and oh, maybe this is going to be aluminum instead of steel, maybe this is going to be plastic instead of metal, you know, that kind of thing. That was, you know, Korean War was 50 to 54. Yeah, so 2037, 264, black engine, 54 to 50. Yeah, they're saying black engine because there's a 2037-500 that was pink. You know why it was pink? Because it was part of the girls' train set. Because back in, what was it, 1957 and 58, Lionel thought it was a good idea to make a locomotive, tender, and set of passenger cars, caboose, you know, whole set. Make one out of all pink and pastel colors, and that was the girls' set. And then they made another one that was all blue, and that was the boys' set. It was a huge flop. It was worse than the Edsel. Very bad idea. But because it was such a flop, nowadays, if you find one, they're worth a fortune. So yeah, if you have the pink -500 one, good $360. Excellent $720, because they were pretty rare, because they didn't sell for squat, because guess what, nobody wants girls set and boys set bright painted freaking pink and blue when steam engines were always, you know, black. terrible idea in the marketing department. But anyway, so this is obviously not that. This is just regular 2037. Made 54, 55, and then 57 to 63. Oh wow. Same locomotive. Huh. I think there were some differences in the other book. I looked up the unique differences. This one is 54 to 55. And then there's different tender options, 6026T or 1130T. Those are the cheaper non-whistling ones. But this one has a whistling tender. It's not 233 or 234, it's 6026. I remember that. 6026W tender. Because it has that, in good condition, it's worth 65, excellent 120. In 2002. I'm sure if you Google up the values, it's probably worth more now. But anyway, this engine and tender combo, it all works. It's not super scratched up. Works pretty good. It does have the issue with the cowcatcher on the engine being bent down a bit. And it can scrape the middle rail sometimes. That knocks it out of any chance of being excellent. So 65 and good, 120 and excellent. It's probably worth, according to this book, it's probably worth like 80, 85. That's the engine and tender together. That's actually not worth as much as I thought, because I didn't get it together, engine and tender. I think they were going for way too much. I found this engine once. I don't remember if it had like a cheaper, crappier tender with it, or if it didn't have a tender with it at all. I think it didn't have a tender at all, and maybe it had some other random car with it. And then later on, I found the 6026W tender. I think I paid like $40 just for the tender, so I might have overpaid a little bit for this one, but it's a really good locomotive, and it runs really good, I remember. So yeah, I'm not going to go through trying to clean it and repair it and stuff, because I don't have the space for it, and honestly, I don't know quite what I'm going to do with those gears that have all the shmoo, like rust bits and all this black stuff gummed up in it. I'm gonna have to get like an old toothbrush, I think, and try to clean out the gears better. So, not ready to really try any of that stuff yet. Oh, and also something I just noticed with this one: the contact shoes are fine, but there should be a metal plate right here that says Lionel, built by Lionel. It might even say 2037 on it or something. That is missing. I want to say that was not always missing. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that plate used to be there. I think there was something wrong with the contact shoes, and I did have to, you can get a little flathead screwdriver behind it and pry out the old ones. And I think the contact shoes that were on it were really worn down, so it wasn't making good contacts, and I put new shoes in it. And maybe somewhere along that process, the plate popped out. I don't remember if that plate was always missing or not. It wasn't in the papers with it, so it's been missing for a while. This is getting a new paper, by the way. This is the new paper, right? It's like, wait a minute. Let's go look at the date on the paper. This is new. Okay, so we've got 2037 with the tender. And I have the tender that went along with, I want to say, 2026? Yeah, 2026. I think I always wanted a 2025, and I never got that one. So 2026, I think, is the other one I have. But I don't have. Managed to miss it. I have the locomotive. Is it here? I missed it. Yeah, here it is. Okay. I missed it. Yay. That makes sense. This must be the 2026 to go with that. That was the lightweight, non-whistling tender. Yeah. Okay. Juan Lagares. Okay. This is the 2026 steam engine. This one, once again, Pacific class, but it's a 264 instead of a 462. Like I said, all of the Pacifics are backwards like that from the entire post-war era. It's just what Lionel did. This one is not in as good as condition. It runs. I know it runs, but the paint's a lot more scuffed up, a lot more worn, a lot more used. And this one, I remember. I'll look it up in a second, but I remember this one was built during the Korean War, which means there's no magnet traction. The gears are still a little schmooey, but maybe they'll be easier to clean up because there's no magnet traction. But there's no magnet traction. So this one, it doesn't pull as good. It's still pretty quick, but it doesn't pull as good. And it doesn't stick to the rails too good because no magnet traction. So if you go to my YouTube channel, you know what? I guess the bot is sleeping. It never said anything. But come on. YouTube. There. If you go to my main YouTube channel and go to my videos and arrange it by oldest first, my first YouTube video that I ever made, whatever year it was, like 2010, 2011, something like that, was this thing. Switching around in the yard, because it does switch. The only problem with this is, oh, maybe I fixed it. This is the lever for the E unit, and it used to be really loosey-goosey, so you could just kind of wiggle it around too easily, and it didn't make good connection. So what I had to do, but the E unit itself worked fine. So what I had to do was get a little piece of wire and connect the lever to the rest of the E unit. So basically what that mattered is no matter which way you turn the lever, the E unit was always on. So anytime you turn off the power, it would it would cycle between forward neutral, reverse neutral. You couldn't lock it into one of the modes because I had to permanently put a wire. But now that I feel it is tight, I wonder if I might have gotten into like the little hinge for this lever and put some wire in there and made it tighter so that it would work correctly. I don't know. I'd have to try it out, and I'm not going to try anything out tonight. But anyway, that was the thing with this one, is that the E unit always worked, and it worked too good. Like anytime the power supply went off just for a split second, or went over one little bad patch of track, it would switch from forward to neutral or reverse to neutral, etc. It was too much of a hair trigger. But it worked. It worked pretty good. Why is there so much spoo in all this stuff? This is going to take a lot of cleaning. The gears and stuff. Very heavy, of course, as always. This is the one that had a smoke unit here, and the smoke unit was burned out because somebody didn't keep fluid in it enough. And I think the bits of that smoke unit were in one of the other freight cars in that hopper or something, because I guess I figured there wasn't any point in keeping it in there if it wasn't working anyway. It just made it easier to switch out the light bulb and stuff, Is this one cracked too? I think this one has the same problem as the 2037. The cow catcher got bumped and it's angled down slightly. Yeah, I can see a little bit of a crack. It's probably super common with these. It's solid, it's tight and solid, but it's angled down just slightly. Oh, okay. 2026. I want to say this one's not worth as much, and I think that tender was the the cheap non-whistle tender, so 1120 or something. I'll know it when I see it. So 2026. Post-war, please. $2026. seem 262 or 264. Wow, I'll have to look that up in the other book sometime. I remember that there was a chance of it being a 262. Mine's a 264. Doesn't seem to matter. Doesn't seem to care if it's a 262 or 264. That's interesting. 48 to 49. Oh, so this was either 48 to 49 or 51 to 53. I believe mine, from the research that I did way back when, was 51 to 53 during the Korean War. That's why there's no magnet attraction. And it does not have 6466 W or WX. 6466T, 6066T. That's the non-whistling variant. I don't think that's even a... It might be a 6066T? 6066T? Tender? I want to say it was an 1130. No, it wasn't 1130. Those are even smaller and cheaper. Okay. I think it's a 6066T then. 6066T. So, good condition, 40, excellent, 75. It runs, it drives and stuff, but the tender has those little green spots on it, and the paint's pretty worn on the engine too, so it's not better than good, so $40, according to 2002 book. But it runs. It is one of my regular runners that I ran with, and it was good at switching out the yard and stuff, because every time you dropped the power and came back on, it would switch between forward neutral, reverse neutral. You could count on it. It was the only problem was if you used it when my yard tracks weren't so good and I didn't have enough jumper wires and stuff, it would go over something and it would black out for a split second and then bam, go into neutral or whatever. You had to keep playing with it and move it past the bad spot. But for the most part, it was good. It's still pretty good. Okay. Okay, that's the cross done. Finally. Now I gotta get everything back in. This will be a minute. Clear my bed back off of it. I'm gonna put all this tonight for sleeping. I'm just gonna have to put all these boxes just on the floor somewhere in my room. I'm gonna have to try to maneuver around them, sleep on the bed, and then as soon as I'm done sleeping, put them back on the bed. And then tomorrow, during the day, I gotta dig around underneath the bed, see what I can get rid of, see what I have to try to put in the bedroom on the other side, the storage room, so that I can store these boxes under my bed, where either my air conditioner is on or there's heat. No more of the sitting around out in the shed with no air conditioning and, humidity and stuff. I really wish I did this years ago. It's always a question as to whether or not we could store stuff in that room. It's the thing. So I didn't know what I could do. I should have never put them out there. I should have never taken down the printing table, but I was trying. I put a family or whatever you want to call it, and say, okay, I can take my stuff out. I'll move out of these rooms. We can try to rent out the room and have a little bit more money to try to, survive, pay the bills and stuff. And it worked for a few months, but the person that anything in the office. And after that experience, we never did it again. It's like, but I never got to set my table top up. I really wish after that person left and we said, okay, no more. I really put down at that point. I said, okay, I'm gonna get some plywood 2x4s, and I'm going to set the training table back up. Screw this noise. I didn't. It's too nice of a person. Okay, that's everything. Fell down. Gotta dump this again. This is getting dirty. Boy, these trains are gonna be a pain in the ass to actually. If I want to actually clean these up to running condition with all the clean up the gears and stuff, that is gonna be a pain in the ass. No point in doing it now unless set up the train table somewhere. Okay, I need to BRB for a second. Get this box up on the bed. Get another box down. Gotta figure out what I did the broken box and I did this one. Alright. I'm gonna actually go to the BRB screen and I'm going to manually run an ad so that hopefully ads don't run. I don't want them to, but I don't know if it really works that way because I'm such a small time streamer. You know, the big time streamers can do that, but there. Be right back. No, I am back. Hopefully because I ran that ad. There won't be another ad that pops up. But we'll see. To set like a timer or something if I knew. I have to research how ads on Twitch works and set a timer so that I know when to specifically have like a little BRB and run ads so that they don't run when I'm doing stuff, you know what I mean? Anywho, back to work. This box, one more good sized box, and then one more smaller box that's very heavy because I'm pretty sure it's all locomotives. So yeah. I kind of want to stop streaming soon and do a part 2, but I don't really know how that's going to work because by tomorrow I'm going to be digging through everything down under my bed, deciding what I can get rid of, if anything, and what needs to go next door into that back room, and then putting the train boxes under my bed. But I guess I could just leave the boxes that I haven't gone through for this yet up towards the front. I could do that, especially since one of them, the box is smaller and it's all locomotives. I don't know. We'll see. We'll go. I think we'll just go through this box then, and we'll leave one more box, which looks like it has all the more modern 1970s stuff. I have like a whole set of 70s stuff, and then I have a box of that I'm pretty sure it's just all locomotives because it's very heavy. I thought it was going to be the Transformers, but I don't think so. Anywho, let's get back to work. Of course, this is mostly so that I can put the VOD on my YouTube for all the people that are interested. Ooh, all the people that are interested in my train stuff. Because I'm gonna skip the song because I'm hearing lyrics. And I'd like to not have this thing demonetized. Not that I even have monetization, but maybe someday. This paper is relatively okay. It's a little discolored, but that's 10. We are back into pre-war tin stuff. All metal tin. And this Lionel lines 1680, 1690. We've got 2 Pullmans and an observation. And you may notice it's kind of dirty. It's got a little bit of rust. Well, I don't know if that's really rust. It's more dirt than rust, but these aren't in that great a shape, basically. This one's probably the best one of the 3. We'll see. And these, so value-wise, these are probably not worth much. But as far as meaning to me, they're invaluable because these were my grandfather's. He had this one tin passenger set, and then he had an engine and tender. It was all one set. And the engine has not ran... sentimental value, that's the word I was trying to find. The engine has not ran in a very long time. I remember we had a guy at a model train place try to fix it. He had this engine for like 2+ years, and he still couldn't fix it at the end of the day. He basically told me, just find another one of these locomotives and swap out the shell so that it's sentimental. And it's like, why didn't you tell me that 2 years ago? But yeah, he was a good guy. Just, you know, it was basically, it needed I think at the end of the day, it needed a part that he was not able to find. We're not going to get that to that engine tonight probably, but I have it still. I have some of the bits and pieces of it too. And if I could ever find, like, I think it needs the plastic pieces, well, Bakelite, that would hold the brushes against the motor. That's a big part of the problem. Also, the wheels are very worn in. They're very grooved. So the whole thing rides way too low. I guess my grandpa ran it a lot back in the day. Well, all of them. Okay, so my grandfather was the youngest. He was the youngest, right? Yeah. He was the youngest of 5 brothers. uh, well, I can tell you their names. They're all dead anyway. Robert, George. I don't know if I'm going in order of age, by the way. Robert, George, Walter, Bill. Duh. Robert and Bill were very close. Bill was my uncle Bill. He was the one up in the woods. Okay. So really, Robert, Bill, George, Walter, and Harry. Those were the 5 brothers. Harry was the oldest. And Harry died in World War II because he was infantry and he was killed in France. You know, D-Day and all that. I think it was actually technically like right before D-Day. There was some American invasion forces going on, like before the actual invasion, I think. I don't know. He was killed in a hedgerow in France. Oh boy. Bitrate, please. I'm looking at the bottom of the OBS and it's flickering. I'm not seeing anybody telling me it's not working right, but then again, nobody's here, so whatever. Hold on, let me do this where you guys can't see that I'm checking on. Oh, there's some people here. Oh, Kiss is still here. It's actually a lot of names here, but I don't know if they're all real people or what. Anywho, so this set was in a box in the cellar. Funnily enough, when I was a kid and my grandpa still had, you know, his mind, he never told me about this set of trains. The only trains I ever saw and got to play with was the HO set, the you know, newer kind of plasticky stuff from like the 70s or 80s. He never talked about this set. Never tried to take it out of the box and run it. He probably figured it was already no good. I don't know. Or it was just too sentimental for him too, maybe. Didn't want the kids playing with it, you know. But anyway, I found this stuff when my grandpa started going downhill. I used to love just digging around in the basement all the time and stuff. So I found it, and it had like a set of rails, very old transformer, because this is pre-World War II stuff we're talking about. Engine and 3 cars, and I had a tin station. The station is gone. The station, unfortunately, back when I was too young to care enough about things, the station was on my train table with a bunch of other stuff, and it was not taken care of well. It was kind of neglected. It was in the corner. And then it ended up in a box, and it ended up off to the side of the table, and I think the box ended up getting cat piss in it because we had a lot of cats. The cats were always all over the basement, yada, yada, yada. And anyway, it was in really rusty, rough shape, and I'm pretty sure I completely got rid of it. Which sucked, but I had to. It was bad. The roof was falling apart. It was pretty bad. Anywho, that wasn't really what was important. The trains were more important. But anywho, these are in pretty rough shape because they were always stored in the damn basement. And when I found them, they were pretty much in the same shape they're in now. They were in the basement of this house. This is my grandparents' house. And then I moved, when I started playing around with them, I brought them over to my house and in my basement. But my basement in my house was a lot drier. So I think they fared a lot better there. And also they fare better in the open instead of wrapped up in a box. That's why I kind of hate that these are all wrapped up in a box. But being wrapped up in a box in the cellar where it's not very dry is bad. I don't know if they weren't even wrapped up. No, they were in the original orange boxes, and the boxes were like falling apart. They weren't wrapped up like in paper or anything. Although I don't know if the paper would have been better or worse. But anyway, yeah, this is one of 3 cars. This one, so far, I mean, it's the first one I unwrapped, but this one looks like the best shaped one, honestly. I mean, there's some rust here and stuff. But I think this one's probably in better shape than the rest. The lighting is really not doing the coloring right, by the way. It's not that orange. It's closer to red than orange. What would happen if I turn this off? Well, it's a lot darker, but the color's closer, but it's overall too dark. So also, it's quite warm in my room because I'm trying not to run the air conditioner because it's cool outside, but it's like 78 degrees. Oh, is that better or worse? I don't know. It's hard to tell because I have to use two hands on this lamp to turn it on and off because it's loose again. I think that's better, actually. Okay, we'll just use the smaller lamp then. There you go. I don't think this camera has any, like, autofocus. There you go. Okay, 1690. Look it up just for the heck of it, but it's going to be worth, value-wise, it's going to be worth a fraction of what it says in here because these are in pretty rough shape. I would not even call them good. Let's say borderline poor. 16. Oh, there's the 1668E. That's the locomotive. Gunmetal. 75. That was made between 37 and 41. So this whole set is from 37 to 41. Gunmetal, which is what mine is. 75. Good. Excellent 125. Of course, it's not worth anything near that because it doesn't run and it's kind of in pieces. Okay, 1690, right? 1690. Okay. Or was it 16? No, it wasn't a 1688. It was 1668, I remember. 1690. Pullman, 33 to 40. But since it's with that locomotive that was 37 to 40, then that's when this is from. Yeah, 37 to 41. But, well, 37 to 40, really. Okay. 1690. And then the observation's 1691. So, if it was in good condition, it'd be worth 35, excellent 60. Observation, same thing. This is worth probably half of the 35. Single tier. But I would never sell this stuff anyway because it's worth way too much more than me than money. So, to me, the money, I should say. No, I think this paper was okay. I mean, it's a little discolored, but it's not ripped. It's not no bugs and crap in it. It's the locomotives that have all the cruddy crap in it. I think it's like some rust flaking off of it and stuff. Like, I don't think it ever actually got like rainwater on it. Like, I don't think the roof ever actually leaked. But I think just from the humidity and, you know, no air conditioning, 100 some odd degrees probably in there some days, it was just, it didn't rust a lot. Okay. Well, this is going to be the rest of the set, I would think, although maybe it's not perfectly. Yeah, it is. Yeah, this one's stuck to the paper. Okay, this one's going to be the paper. Okay, the paper being stuck tells me, ooh. Well, damn. Some of this paint is now on the paper. Maybe they did get wet. Damn it. That's the first one that looks like I think it got wet. I don't know why the last card that I looked at didn't look like it got wet, but that one I think it did. Because look at the roof. Oh, I don't know if you can see it. This rust was already there. This, you can see, is clean metal, and it's sticky. So something got on it here. And when I pulled off the paper, there's the paint right with it. So that's going to be rust. Why is this sticky? Smelling it. It's like a big spot of something. It's from the roof? Did it like drip on it just once or twice and it was sticky? I don't think so. It is in the top of the box. The last car I looked at didn't have that. This is the other Pullman, by the way. Oh, damn. This one, I think it already looked like this on this side. Oh, there goes the handrail. This one's pretty rough. I think maybe these got a little wet. I didn't think they did, but now I'm starting to wonder. Because this is in a lot worse shape than I thought it was going to be in. I was feeling a lot better about it with the last couple boxes that I went through where things looked pretty good. But I didn't make a note of what was in what position. Like which boxes were on the top, which boxes were on the bottom. I want to break this trying to fit it back in. But... So, I'm wondering, and this car, was like the other one, was up on the top of the box. So, because they're lightweight, so I put them on the top. I think it might have gotten wet. I don't know. The only reason why I don't think it got wet, like from the roof dripping or something, is it's sticky. If it got wet from the roof, it wouldn't be sticky, I don't think. It's like this big spot. I wonder if these were boxed up in the room for a while before I put them out in the shed and a freaking cat pissed on them. I don't think so, though, because it's just this one perfectly round spot. I don't know what happened. This really sucks, though. I don't know what the sticky residue is. So this one is bad enough shape. I'm going to just throw this out here. This one is bad enough shape. It's probably the only car I would attempt to sand and repaint. It would be worth completely nothing if you do that, but it's already worth completely nothing. There's really nothing left to save. I mean, look at this thing. You guys can't really see just how bad it is, but there really isn't much worth to save anymore. Damn. It would be these that get the most damage. I don't know. This what I would probably have to do is try to do some kind of sanding and painting. I don't know. I don't know what to do with it. For now, it's just getting the new newspaper back in the box. What else can I do? Maybe someday. I know my niece and nephew could care less about trimmings, but I was thinking maybe someday stuff is so lightweight. It wouldn't be too terribly expensive to ship. I could ship it down to my sister. Maybe she could have the kids send them. But I don't think they care. Really. I mean, I don't know. My nephew would. They were up here. They seemed to care about like old stuff, but he was interested in seeing and finding old stuff, but he didn't seem like the type that would want to take something old and fix it. Restore it or anything like that. He just wanted to see something old because it was old, you know. So, now, well, one part of me wants to not put this thing in paper because this is still sticky, and the new paper is just going to stick to it more. But the other part of me wants to say, do it. Maybe it'll peel off more paint and just make it easier for me because the paint's got to come off anyway. I don't know. Or actually, probably what you would do is just get off whatever paint is loose and then repaint over. I'm not going to put this one in paper. I'm going to set this one right on the top. I'm not going to put it in paper because it's not going back out in the shed. It's going under my bed. So it doesn't need as much protection. I'm not putting it in paper. I decided. Oh boy. I don't know what all that sticky stuff was. One part of me wants to say that something dripped from the roof, But if everything else looks fine, then I can't believe that. The other stuff would be wet and have water damage and stuff. And so if it's only this that has that, and it's sticky, which is not like a leak from the roof wouldn't be sticky, I don't think, unless it's just like tar on the roof that leaked through, but I don't think there would be. Then I don't know what the hell happened with that. I think something happened to it when it was boxed up in the room before I put it out in the shed. Like maybe I put everything in boxes. I'm trying to remember the order of operations of how I did things back when I had to take everything out of that room. I thought the first thing I did was put everything out in the shed, though. What the hell would have made that sticky? I don't know. I tried to smell it for cat piss. I didn't smell anything, but all I can smell is mildew anyway, so. This is the observation car. This is 1691, yeah. You know what? I do need this light, I think. Well, that's better. This one is kind of faded. There's the observation part. But I want to say overall, well, it's in better condition than the last car. There's no sticky crap. There's no paper stuck to it that pulled off the paint. None of that nonsense. It's a little dirty. It's got some little splotches of rust, but nothing that bad. Yeah, it's got like a little splotch right here. This part's actually pretty decent. The observation part is decent. This one's like in as good or maybe even slightly better than the first car we looked at, the Pullman. And this one in the box, by the way, was right next to the last one we looked at that got kind of wrecked. So I don't think the roof leaked on it. I know it doesn't matter to you guys whether or not, but this is like a mystery to me. I don't understand why the one car, that one bad spot that was like sticky and stuff. I don't think it was the roof. But this one's getting new paper. It's not sticky. It would be one of those cars that would have some kind of thing. Anywho, see if anything else is damaged. If nothing else is damaged, I'm going to say for sure it was not the roof. Okay, it's caboose. This is a lot like the other caboose we saw. This one's in a little better shape. Paper, I think, is good enough. Oh yeah, this is a lot better. This is the one I think my grandmother on my dad's side bought me for like Christmas one year. She got me one car. And she got me a caboose. Yeah, I think this is it. There's a little bit of scuffs and scratches, but it's not too bad. 1682 again. The same as the other one we saw. That's a little bent, I think. Yeah, this one's actually really good. It's got a little scuff of black magic marker where somebody more skilled than me would know how to be able to get rid of that without doing anything to the paint, probably. But I'd rather just leave it. Yeah, this is in really good shape. And this was on the top, right next to those other two cars, so I can almost guarantee that there was no roof leak on this stuff. Something else happened. I don't know what. I don't know why it was all sticky. I would have never spilled something on it and not cleaned it off. And it wasn't like a spill. It was like one round spot. Like that on that one car. Something just got dripped. It was a big drip, though, because it was a big spot. I don't know what the hell happened. The paper was stuck to it, so... Alright, it's got a coupler. This is really good shape. Really good. Paper is still pretty good. this one right. And it's not from Nathan, but that's the usual. This one is dated June 25th, 2022. Not 2022, 2012. Did I say the other stuff was dated 2013? Was it all 2012? I wonder if this paper is even older. Put a poll in it. Besides that, it's fine. Whatever. Grandma's birthday party causes rifts in family. I don't know. Dear Abby. Okay, next. This paper is pretty rough. This paper's gonna have to be replaced. Baby Ruth! Boxcar, and it's missing a door. It always was missing a door, I think. Actually, what happened to the paper is these cars are a little sharp, all little bits of metal, so it kind of shreds the paper a little bit, I think, over time. But yes, this car is missing a door on this side. I think it always was. I would have saved the door somewhere if it came off on me. I would have been able to fix it probably. Although I am noticing this track on the bottom here is upside down. The groove is under here that the door is supposed to slide on, so somebody put that back on upside down. I don't think I would have done that. Could be wrong. 1679. Overall, pretty nice car. Once again, this 10 stuff is all pre-World War II. This is, stuff I bought on eBay. The only stuff that I didn't buy on eBay is that one modern set that I got for my birthday that I showed you, the modernish plastic stuff. I didn't see the locomotive from that set, but yeah. And my grandpa's set, which is what we just went through. Everything else I bought on eBay. One point in time and the other. Over years and years. 1679. Okay. Baby Ruth. Wait, 1679? 79. 59. Boxcar. 33 to 42. Cream Ives. Cream Lionel. Cream or yellow. I think this is cream. Baby Ruth. That's what this is. Baby Ruth. They're actually, the Ives is not worth more with this one. They're all worth the same amount of money. 23 in good and 38 in excellent. I would call this a good. There's a little bit of scratches in the paint and stuff, and it is missing the door. So actually, that might knock it down under good. But I mean, you can probably find another door. I don't think that would be too. The only thing I could see. The problem with this tin stuff is when you got to try to fix it. Right? This piece here, which is upside down. Somebody put it in upside down. I don't think I did that, but maybe I did. The way it fits in is there's a metal tab on each end that goes through a slot, and then it gets bent inside. Same thing with everything else. Now, if you want to fix that and get this piece out and flip it around and do it the right way, get the door in place and all that stuff, yada yada. How? Do you pry against it here and risk scratching the paint and bending off or breaking off the tab? No, you have to get inside and unbend the tab from the inside. Well, the only way you're going to do that is if you take the whole box off the frame. To take the whole box off the frame, there's all these tabs that you got to pry off. You got to pry out those tabs and take the whole box off the frame. You got to pry off those tabs without breaking them. And you got to try to pry off those tabs without scratching up the paint on the metal, which is pretty much impossible. Let's tell you right now, that's not really possible. So for how nice of condition the paint is on this, I wouldn't touch it. That's, I guess, what I'm getting at. Because you're just going to damage it more trying to fix it. I really wish they didn't put this bottom piece in upside down. Because then, if it was right side up, with the slot up here, and you found a replacement door, you could probably wiggle this a little bit, because it's not super tight anyway. You could probably wiggle things around a little bit and pop that door in without tearing the whole thing apart. But no, somebody put this bag in upside down. So, you know, the slot that the door is supposed to go in up here is underneath. And I know it's upside down because this one has the slot the right way with the door in it. I wonder if I did that. I don't think I would have gone through the trouble to get the slot in, get this piece in, and put it in upside down. Unless it pops out really easily, but it doesn't. It's a little loose, but it doesn't pop out easy. I don't know what happened here. And I know I didn't do it when I was younger, because this is a more recent edition, I think. Not super recent, but I don't know. Anywho, it's still in pretty good shape. Feels and ripping newspapers some more. I'm gonna rip it right down the seam, the fold, but it's tricky when the paper's so big. Oh, come on. It worked. I don't even need half of it. Whatever, the little last piece in the left. It's pretty good, things considering. One's in pretty good shape. Good, I would say. But it does need that door. Pretty sure. Yeah, I know I bought it with the door missing. I know I didn't miss the door. This is all more tin stuff. Cool. At least the top is. And I know when I packed this, I do remember I made a point to put the tin pre-war stuff on the top because it's lighter weight. I didn't want it on the bottom with heavy stuff on top of it in the box. Reds denied the Nationals a 16th straight win. Pitcher Steven Strasburg is on the hill with a 6-3 defeat. Nationals lost to Cincinnati Reds. When did they lose to the Cincinnati Reds so I can laugh at them more? Sunday, June 5th, 2016. 2016, yeah, so that other paper that was 2012, that was really old. I used the same paper from before when it was packed up when I first set the table. I must have first set the table up. 2016 is when I packed everything up. I don't know. 2012 must be when I moved it out of the other house. Okay. Either that or I just had really old paper that I wrapped it with. So, I was about to grab another one. I didn't look at this one. This is a gondola number 812. So it's 800 something, but it's not 80 something. So it's a 4-axle, not a 2-axle, which is nice. The 2-axle was like its own set kind of thing. Good couplers on both ends. It's actually a lot heavier than the other ones. Usually these tin cars are quite lightweight, which It's a little tricky. They're kind of harder to keep on the track because they're so lightweight, and these couplers, they tend to twist a little bit, and if they get twisted, they kind of jam up, and then the whole thing flops over. But this one's pretty heavy. Well, not pretty heavy, but it's heavy for tin plate standards, so it's a little bit better made. Yeah, the metal's maybe doubled over. Yeah, it's kind of doubled over so that it's not sharp up here. So it's a little bit higher quality, I would say, than some of the other stuff. I like it. Maybe it's older. 812. It's a nice shape. This is at least a good. There's a little bit of scratches in the paint, but overall, it's in pretty good shape. I would call this very good. Not excellent, because there are some scuffs in the paint, but I would call it very good. So, gondola. Pretty good size, too, really. 812. Let's see. I'm gonna guess it's older, because it just seems a little bit better. Or it might have just been higher end line, you know? So it's not 8.0 stuff. That's the 4-axle stuff that I already showed off. It's 812. 812 gondola. Yes, it is older. Well, actually, it has a very long, big range. I guess it's super common then. Yeah. 1926 through 42. That's why it's thicker, heavier build quality. 26. The other stuff was like 36, 37. This is 26. 26 to 42, though. So they just kept running this thing all the way through. So it's very common, that long of a range. It was probably in a lot of sets. So even though it is heavier and it feels like a little bit better build quality and stuff. 812. Good condition is worth $33. Yeah, it's not worth that much. Excellent, 65 though. I'm not gonna quite call this excellent. It's got too much paint scuffs and stuff for excellent. I would say this, with that scale, I would say this would be worth $45 to $50, I would think. This one car. That's pretty nice. I think I probably bought it for 25 or 30. I don't know. I don't remember. Of course, these are 2002 numbers. I have to keep reminding you guys and me about that. Okay, this one, the paper is still. I have enough paper to repaper everything. Out of danger in New York. Hamas family refugees free. Not gonna touch that. Why am I reading the headlines on a freaking 2016 newspaper? Especially if I'm not gonna talk about them. Okay, that's the top row. Now we're one more row, and I bet we're not finished yet. Did I just put the pink stuff on the tops of different boxes? Oh, this one, the paper's kind of shredded again. It's gonna need new paper. It's not like water damaged or anything. It's just it's shredded. Oh, this is a tender. Yes, it's not tin. Okay, this is a cheaper tender. All plastic. Is the frame at least metal? Yeah, I think. I think that's a sheet metal frame at least. The trucks are plastic. Yep. And the coupler is plastic. Non-functional plastic. Just always closed. This is definitely El Cheapo, bottom of the line, steam engine tender. I mean, it works. It rolls down the tracks and stuff. But I think this would be your 1130. 1130T. Non-whistling. It's always hard with tenders because it's always hard to see the numbers. They either don't have numbers or they're stamped on the bottom where you would put your thumb when you pick it up all the time, so. Worn off. Lionel Corporation, New York, New York. Yeah, no number stamp. Did they just not bother stamping the numbers on them back then? Because it's so cheap. I know there's no numbers anywhere else. Weird. Yeah, nothing. It's a little screw that holds it on. Okay, I think that's an 1130T, though. That goes with a very cheap locomotive, funnily enough. It goes with a, I want to say 1130. We'll find out if it's in there. It's basically Lionel made different, like, valued sets, right? And the cheapest ones were called the Scout sets. Little 242 locomotives. More plastic than usual. And this one, the locomotive that at least I have matched up with it now, I don't know if it was always matched up this way, but the locomotive that goes with it is one of the pretty few steam locomotives that they made back then that had a plastic boiler instead of a metal one. Almost always the steamers were all metal. But this one has a plastic boiler, so it's like really lightweight, and then it's got these metal weights kind of clamped into the bottom side of the plastic boiler somewhere to try to add more weight so they can have some kind of traction. Although the motor itself has weight, you know. It's actually, that locomotive is not as bad as you would think for being what it is. But yeah, this is like an 1130T, I think. El Cheapo 1130T. But, you know, it works. It rolls down the road. It'll still hook up to the cars. Nothing's broken. It's in pretty good shape, actually. I would say very good. I don't think it's quite an excellent. But the writing isn't... Needs some cleaning, but the writing's not rubbed off or anything. Nothing's broken or cracked. Yeah, this is damn near excellent. Very good, I would say, but even very good, it's probably worth $5-10, especially on its own. Let me just leave this here and see if I can get the engine that goes with it. I think I'm actually going to put something on the rails for a change. Down to the bottom. One of these will be the locomotive. Oh, there's a little one, but it's not the right little one. That paper's okay. Okay. These little bits of paper. This is a cute little one. 8,300. This little thing, 240. Oh, Lionel. This little thing, I don't know if I actually have a tender that goes with it. I probably hooked it up to this one if I wanted to use it, but it doesn't run the best because it's just it's super cheap out of the barrel. But 8,300 anyway. This is modern era. This is built somewhere between 1970 and 1980, I think. It's not even like 60s anymore. It's like 70s to 80s, I think. I think, if I'm correct, yes, by Lionel Mount Clemens, Michigan. Yep, that's when they moved from New York to Michigan. Yes. Yeah, that's the fundamentalism era? I don't know. That's not the right word. There was a company named that owned Lionel during that time. 70s. Now it's wasting time getting the book out. Yes. 1970 to 80, modern era. Yes, 1970 to 80 is the modern era. I know. Well, there is a newer. Oh, now it says new 1970 to 94 price rarity. Okay. So anyway, only reason why I got this book out is I wanted to see saying the word fundamentalism, but I don't think that's quite right. It sounded something like that. Listen, there was a picture. Yeah. There's the factory out that you can see it. I was close. Fun Dimensions. Fun Dimensions. That's... If that's not late... Hold on. If that's not late 60s, early 70s, I don't know what is. Two-story red brick. This is beyond the Grand Trunk Railroad tracks on 23-mile road, 7 miles to the north of downtown Mount Clemens, Michigan. Pretty sure there's nothing left there anymore. So, 1970, it moved from New Jersey to Mount Clemens. New Jersey. It's funny because the older Lionel stuff says New York, New York on it. So that tender definitely does not go along with it. Why did my monitor turn black? Hello? Monitor? Oh no. My monitor on the right side, the square one, just turned black and the power button's blinking. I don't like that. Give me a second. My third monitor just died. I'm pretty sure there's no fixing it because it's just blinking. The power button is blinking on and off, and the screen kind of flashes for a second. I'm guessing a capacitor or something along those lines is burned out. Damn. That's the big square one. What is it? That's the one that I play Hard Truck 2 on. And any other old games that want to be square and full screen. God damn it. That's where I had chat. But I have OBS on my main monitor right now because I'm using the webcam anyway. So, hold on. So even though I don't have chat on the side monitor right now, I can still see you guys on OBS right in the main monitor. But that's also where media player is and a bunch of other stuff. Oh, hell. I'm going to have to try to squeeze that giant CRT monitor on that spot. How is that going to work? Oh, my God. I don't know how that's going to work. Where is that thing now? Oh, yeah, it's sitting up on top of there menacingly. I don't have any other computer monitors sitting around. Not that much. Damn. I can't complain too much about it. I got that monitor for freaking $5 off of Facebook Marketplace, like I want to say a year and a half ago. I don't remember when I first stepped up from 2 monitors to 3. I was all happy about it because it cost me basically $5. And I know damn well I'm not going to be able to go on Facebook Marketplace and find another monitor for $5. There's no way. That's an expense that I wasn't planning on. I was about to spend, because I just made $50 from my neighbor paid me for a few things I did for him. I was about to spend $53 on 2 more sticks of RAM so that I could step up from 32 gigs to 64, even though it's a little overkill, but it can't hurt, you know. But now I'm going to have to get a monitor. I'm going to take that thing apart, probably. Because why not? It's broken anyway. I'm going to take it apart and make sure there's not like a loose wire inside, or... Hell, I have a circuit board from that TV that I tried to fix a couple years ago. I don't know if you guys remember that stream. I took apart a TV and tried to fix it because I ordered a different circuit board for it because that was like $15. You know, it's worth a shot for $15. And it didn't fix it because that wasn't the problem. The circuit board was okay. The problem was the LEDs burned out. But when I took it apart, and especially once that didn't fix it and I took it apart again, I wasn't as nice with it and I ended up scratching the screen anyway, so on that TV. But I saved both the circuit board that I bought, and I saved the old one that I guess was still good, and there were 2 circuit boards on that TV, and I saved them both. I put them in an envelope somewhere, a padded envelope. I'm sure this monitor doesn't use the same parts though, so I don't know how I would go about trying to troubleshoot that. I wonder if it's the LED that burned out. I don't think the power button would be flashing on and off and on and off and on and off forever if it was the LEDs that burned out. I think the power button would be lit up, but the screen would be black if the LEDs burned out. So this monitor that just died on me is going to be some kind of problem with the circuit board, you know, capacitor that just blew out or something. But unless it's super obvious, I'm not going to be able to fix it. But I will take it apart just for the hell of it, I suppose. Not now, because my room is a giant mess with trains everywhere. I can still see the chat. It's just a little bit smaller. What else is on that monitor? I guess nothing that important. Well, there is some stuff. What I'm gonna have to do is keep the monitor unplugged and then go into the freaking graphics settings and change it from 3 monitors to 2. I really don't want to do that. I'm gonna see after the screen. I'm gonna see if I can freaking squeeze that giant CRT in that spot. I don't think I can because it sticks out so far, and the feet for the stand of the CRT are right up near the front of the screen, so it's not like I can put the base where the base of this one is and the screen would just stick out forward more. I don't think that's. I'm gonna have to. I have this like old jewelry box that I'm using as a stand for the monitor, and I think I could squeeze the CRT stand on that old jewelry box, but I think that jewelry box is gonna have to come forward probably 4 inches, and then there's not gonna be any room for my keyboard. Man, I hate it when things break like that. Well, like I said, I can't complain. It was $5 on Facebook Marketplace. It's an old monitor. I'd love to find another one just like it though, because it's a lot bigger than I thought it was. When I saw it on Facebook Marketplace for $5, I figured out why it was $5 because it was square. You know, nobody wants a square computer screen. Everybody's like, oh, square. It needs to be widescreen. I'm like, who cares? So it's gonna have a little bit of letterboxing on the top and the bottom. You know, the black stripes on the top and bottom for a lot of stuff. Big deal. It still works. And if you play an older game that wants to be in a square resolution, then it's even better. But, yeah, that's why it was $5. I'm sure nowadays, inflation and everything, even if I did find another one, it would be another old used one that would last a year or something again. I did like that monitor a lot, though. It actually looked like coloring and lighting wise, it almost looked better than the main one that I use all the time in the center. That I play most of my games on stuff. Anywho, it is 12:30, but we are almost done with this freaking box, damn it. Pretty sure. So let's keep going. I'm gonna finish this box, and then it's gonna be part 2 tomorrow. I think it might even be a daytime stream tomorrow because I gotta figure out. Well, no, it can't be a daytime stream. I gotta freaking tear apart everything under my bed tomorrow. It's gonna be tomorrow night, and I'll keep the boxes that I haven't gone through yet. I'll have to keep up towards the front somewhere, so that I can easily get to there. Even not keep them under the bed, keep them out somewhere. I don't know. That's an issue for tomorrow. Okay. 8300. Modern, itty bitty little engine. I got this thing super cheap, I want to say. It should have a little slope back tender with it. I'm pretty sure I don't have that. I have one slope back tender, but it goes with a much better locomotive. Yeah, I think I got this just like this on eBay. I got it like super cheap, like probably under $20 cheap, I think. Oh, the side rods are not on. They are somewhere. Interesting. Just noticed that. I think they're not on because they were binding on. Oh, right. There's these two little spacers. And one of them was missing. And without the spacer, it binds up. One of a few issues. Since it's a super cheap bottom of the barrel locomotive that they made in, like the 70s, it doesn't have a usual type of E-unit where every time you turn the power on and off, it switches between neutral, reverse, forward, and reverse. It doesn't do that. Instead, you can't see it at all. In here, though, there's a little lever. And basically, this thing... Does this have a neutral? Maybe you can put the lever in the center and make it neutral. I don't remember. It's either a 2-position or a 3-position. But anyway, you have to manually set it if it's in forward, reverse, or maybe neutral. I think it doesn't even have a neutral. I think it's only forward or only reverse. And it doesn't have a headlight. And this particular one is missing the front of the smoke box. It's just wide open here. And yeah, I only got this because it was dirt cheap, and I believe it was in a little pack with a couple of other, I think they were broken freight cars, actually. It was in a pack with something else. And it was still, really cheap, whatever I paid. Yeah, the connecting rod's good. Where's the connecting rods for this thing? They're around somewhere. Maybe they're in here. I remember what they look like. It's not this. That's something else. It's the 221. Yeah, they're not in there. They're somewhere. Okay. Wheel's turn. I think it did kind of work. It wasn't too great, but it did kind of work. Obviously, it's not going to pull a thing. It doesn't have magnet traction. It's going to pull very little. The little annoying thing about it is it's a tiny little switcher, but you have to manually turn this lever to go between forward and reverse. So you can't really use it like a switcher locomotive once you get really good at turning this little lever. But it's kind of buried in the cab. And you know, the boiler's plastic. It's cheap 70s stuff. But I got it really cheap, so, you know. Oh, and I noticed this contact wheel is fine. This one is jammed. Okay, there it goes. This one was getting jammed up inside, but I think I fixed it. Oh, no, sometimes it gets stuck. It's not good. Yeah, it kind of fixed it, but it still gets jammed. Yeah. El Cheapo. I got it because it was cute, probably. And I think it came with something else. It wasn't just this. 8,300. They started using wacky numbers in the modern era because they were running out of regular numbers. 8,300. See, 18,300. Okay. Yeah, things get confusing in modern era. Come on. 1800 stuff. 18,300. No, it is not a PRRGG1. I can guarantee you it is not that. I can guarantee you this is not a GG1. 8,300. Is there another number on this thing somewhere else? No. Huh. Weird. Modern era, what can you do? Let's go back to 8,300. Is there something that's close to that? Oh wait, 83. What is there more than 183? 8,300 on one page is Santa Fe 240 1973-74. 8,400 on the next. 8,300 on the next page is C18300. And that's the GT1. Okay. Modern era. Santa Fe 240. Okay, so for modern era, instead of good and excellent, the two categories are excellent and new. Well, considering that this is missing the smoke box, I do have the running gear for it somewhere, but I am missing that little collar that spaces it out. I suppose I can find it anyway. If I got it all together with the tender that I don't have, it would, if I got also the missing smoke box, then I would say it's probably in excellent condition. The paint's fine. Nothing's rubbed off. Nothing's really broken if I, put that stuff back together. It does work. It's not great, but it does work. It was never great. So if I could get it up to excellent condition, it would be worth $17. If I could get it up to like new condition, which obviously you can't because it's not new anymore, it would be worth $21. That's how cheap and crappy this thing is. Oh, that's amazing. That's definitely my lowest valued locomotive ever. That's hilarious. Oh, I was gonna steal the drawbar from this for something else, but I don't think it was the right size. Anywho, this is not getting new paper. Come on. So in the condition it's in worth right now, probably worth about 5 now. Especially since the connecting rods aren't even on it right now, but I know I have them somewhere. I see a locomotive. Okay. I'm gonna try to get through the rest of this. Let me just put something in the chat to make sure it's still working. Oh, it's a rough night. It's Sunday night. Yep, okay. Two bad things tonight. The one of the 3 cars from my grandfather has that sticky crap on the roof, and the paper was stuck to it. Actually, this paper is pretty rough shape. The paper was stuck to it, and the paint's peeled off, and even if that didn't happen, it's still in pretty rough shape. But that, and more importantly, pretty much, my 3rd monitor died. Okay. This is El Cheapo Scout locomotive. This one's kind of cursed because, as you can see, there's no connecting rods, and there's no trailing and pilot wheels. So right now it's an 040, but it should be a 242. Now, there's a little story with this. Actually, this one is not quite as cheap and crappy as the other one. Well, no, it is build-wise, but value-wise, I think this one's slightly worth more because it's got this red stripe. It was only made for a couple years. Plastic tender, though. Plastic boiler, I mean. It's all plastic. Although, is this a Scout motor? I don't think it's a Scout motor. I think it's better than a Scout motor. The motor works. These things do run. But anyway, I got this locomotive off eBay, whenever, plus the other plastic one, the 1130, and probably, I think, maybe this tender, which is obviously not the one that goes with this. The one that goes with this actually has a red stripe. The tender's probably worth more than the locomotive, maybe. Because it's like this, but it has a red stripe. Well, it's like this, but it has a red stripe. Anywho, so I got these 2, and probably 1 tender, maybe even something else in an eBay set. But the thing is, I got the 2 locomotives, but only the running gear and front and back wheels for one of them. The good news is the trailing truck, pilot truck, and the running gear is very simple. It's completely interchangeable between these 2 locomotives. It works perfectly fine on either one. So sometimes I would run this one with the front and back wheels and stuff, and sometimes I would move the running. I usually moved it over to the other one, the 1130, which is where it is now, I'm guessing. But yeah, so I would have one good one and one cursed one, basically. Of course, the red is kind of word in the middle because you grab it like this. But this one has a 2-position E unit, so like that other chintzy one. Oh god, can you turn it? Actually, is this manually forward or reverse? 2-position doesn't mean. It might be one way is locked in a gear and the other way it will automatically switch. I think it's 2-position though. I think it's one way is forward, one way is back. I don't remember now. I have to take it apart. But anyway, yeah, this is a thing. And this is, even though it's really cheap and plastic and stuff, it is not modern era like the last one we just looked at. This, I think, I'm going to look it up in a second. I think this is late 50s. But Scout set. They had these Scout sets, which was the cheaper, crappier stuff, basically. Made for the littler kids, so if the kids break it, it's not that big a deal because it was cheap, So post-war, 249. Nice and cursed. The wheels don't want to move. $249. Steam 242. 250T tender, which is pretty much unique with this thing. I think that's the tender was only for this locomotive because it had that red stripe. I think it said Pennsylvania on it. The 249 was made in 1958. Like I said, it's not that old, not that new. I mean, the 250, which is the same exact thing, steam 242 with a 250T tender, was made in 1957 instead of 58. I don't know why from 1 year it went from 250 to 249. Maybe something mechanically changed, like that E unit was cheapened out or something. But the 250 was made in 57, and the 249 was made in 58. I think that would be the other way around. Anyway, in good condition, which, if I got all the parts together on it, it'd still be less than good condition, because, I mean, look at that red stripe, and yeah, I think the screw holes are kind of rough too, because if I remember correctly, yes, the front wheel and running gear screws into the plastic boiler, because yeah, somebody was on a little bit of drugs in 1957, I guess. Well, 57 was also a recession, so they really started cheaping out stuff. But I think if I remember correctly, it still screws in, and it still works. I haven't done it in a while, but I think it will work. But anyway, if it was in good condition, with the correct tender, which it is neither of that, the 249 in good condition is worth $20. The 250 in good condition is worth $21. And then excellent, whatever was that, it would be 45 and 48. That's hilarious. I will say it's not the Scout type motor. There's a specific motor called a Scout type, and we might see that in these last couple of things in this box. But the Scout type motor is really rough. It's like the cheapest motor they could ever make. You can't take it apart and get to the brushes to clean them up and oil it. And well, you can oil the gears, but you can't take apart the motor the way you can with everything else. I think this one's hard to tell. No, this one you can take apart. I can see the plate with the brush plate with the brushes for the motor and stuff. So you can take it apart, and it's got a little nut holding it on instead of screws, but you can do it. This one is serviceable. The Scout motors are basically unserviceable, which is really bad. So anyway, that's the 6110 that has Scout. We might get to. Did this one have a headlight ever? I don't think either one of these. No, they never had headlights. Oh. Too cheap for headlights. Okay, so this we already looked at. Is that fine? I can't remember now. This is pretty heavy though. This is a good steam engine. No, I don't think we looked at this. Oh yeah, this is the 1666. Oh, that is heavy. Talk about difference. This, light as a feather. This, oh, I can barely pick it up like that with just two fingers. This is the 1666. This is a nice locomotive. This is a 262. Still not a Pacific, because Pacific is a 462, but they tried. And this locomotive, the really tricky thing with this locomotive, 1666, is they made the same, it's a holdover from pre-war to post-war. So they made like the same exact 1666 locomotive just before World War II, and they made it for a couple of years after World War II until they made a new one to replace it. So there's actually a little bit of trickiness trying to figure out if this thing is pre or post-war. Now, the tender that I have with it, if it's the original tender, has post-war coupler, so that tells me that it's post-war, but could have been mixed matched. Oh, those gears look good. This one, the wheels are still pretty good. Nice. This does run. It has some issues. I think the E unit does work though. It does run. Sometimes it's a little wonky, and I think it's possible one of the axles is a little bent. Like one of the wheels will kind of wobble a bit. And sometimes I think because of that, the running gear would bind up a little bit, which is also the problem on my 221. But it does work. I always wanted to get a wheel puller so that I could replace axles, but I never did. I really have to do that with the 221. This one I can get away without it, but the 221 it gets really bad. Like one of the front wheels will just pop off. But anyway, it does work. Not in the best shape, but I think it's a little better than good. It's got a working headlight. It doesn't have anything cracked. But you can tell this is older because it has a lot more screws. There's no like metal pins or clips or studs or plastic anything. Everything's metal. Everything's screwed together with real screws. It's put together really. Look, we got 2 screws here. We got 2 more screws here. 2 screws here. 2 screws here. It does mean, and a screw here. It does mean it's a bit more work to take it apart, put it back together. Does it have a screw in the top? Oh, it doesn't have a screw through the top because everything's from underneath. There's even a little screw here for the running gear. Does mean it's a lot more work to take it apart and put together, but it's much better built. It's much easier to fix it if something goes wrong with it. It's very heavy. Very, very heavy. It's nice. No magnet traction. Wasn't invented yet, I'm pretty sure. 1666. Let's look that up real quick. I'm going to look it up under post-war because I'm 99% sure this thing's post-war. Steam 262, yep. 2466 W or WX tender. This one did not come with a tender at all. Right. This one I actually use to hook up to Grandpa's old set because the locomotive that goes with that hasn't worked in forever. And this one's pretty close to pre-war. So it goes well with that. And it doesn't pull super good. But anyway, if I had the tender for it, and it only had a whistling tender, 2466 W or WX, that's a holdover from pre-war too. 1946 and 47 only. It would be worth $50 in good and $125 in excellent with the whistling tender. So this on its own is worth like probably half that. It's probably worth like maybe 30 on its own without the tender. It's a shame. Now, if we went to pre-war 1666, which I'm pretty sure it's not pre-war. Actually, I don't really know if it's not a pre-war because I don't have the tender that came with it. That's the best way to tell. I think it was something with the numbers, too. The way the numbers are printed on there made me think it was post-war. I don't remember. I did a lot of research on this at one time. 1666 or 1666E. Well, this would be not with the E. Black. That'd be not worth 95 or 145. It doesn't say anything about the tender that goes with it. Gunmetal would be more 120 or 160. I don't think it's pre-war though. I could be wrong. I don't think it is. Okay. I need to finish this up. That was the paper with this one. Usable, but I'll use it the other way around. that is to really keep little. I don't want to do that. Oh, there's a caboose. I guess I'm not going to find the rest of this stuff. It's in another box. Also, I didn't even bring in all the boxes. I just brought in the ones I was worried about. It's fine. What? Oh, this is a showpiece, I think. Yes, it has a broken coupler on it right now. But it had scout couplers on it because this is a 1007, which is a scout. It's from a scout set. So it's not, I don't remember if it was 60s or not, but it's old. Well, not old, but 50s or 60s, late 50s, early 60s, somewhere around there. But it's scout set, so as cheap as you can make them. I think I swapped out the truck, actually. No, I couldn't have swapped out the truck. Never mind. Well, it has a plastic coupler that was operating, actually. But the coupler pin broke out. So it would need a new coupler, and since you can't put in a new coupler because everything's plastic, you would have to swap out the whole truck, and the truck is riveted in there, so you'd have to drill out the rivet, and good luck with that. Long story short, this thing is just going to be something that you throw on the table somewhere, not on the rails, and just, show it off. Not even show it off, just have it as a set piece somewhere. I'm not even gonna look it up. It's probably worth about $5 if it didn't have a broken coupler and stuff. The only good thing I can say about it is there's a screw on each side to mount the top on, and both screws are missing. I guess I took out the screws so that the screw holes wouldn't break out. But there you go. Sheet metal. Yeah. Built as cheaply as they could figure out how to build it in the time period it was built in, basically. But you know what? It did the job that it had to do at the time. It even has a hole in the middle so that it could have a light. I very highly doubt it ever had a light, but there's a hole. Okay, put that right there. I don't know what that's doing in the bottom of the locomotive stuff. Right back there. Alright, one more thing, and then this room. It is 1 a.m. I have to put these boxes somewhere. Before I can even do that, I gotta figure out what to do with this monitor. This is lightweight too, so... Oh, this is the tender that I used with the 1666 that we just saw, because this tender is pre-war and it makes up with the pre-war cars. And this tender, gunmetal, you see, means a lot to me because this is the tender that goes with the engine for Grandpa's old passenger set. The red cars that we looked at in the beginning that are all messed up. Well, the one car is. The sticky stuff. Very lightweight. No motor in it. It's not a whistling tender. It's just a regular. This was, I think, what... I want to say it was like a Lionel Jr. set, they called it back in those days, which was kind of the earlier way of doing scout sets, so, it was cheaper and stuff like that, but nothing on the locomotive or tender actually says Lionel Jr. So I'm not sure about that. I know it's 1689E. I know I had to re-rivet this back together. And, yeah, this is what I use. This is my only pre-war tender, I think. So even though I don't have the engine, well, I have the engine, but it's never going to run again. I use this along with the 1666 that I just showed you. And that's how I pull around all of my pre-war stuff. It's the only way I can pull around my pre-war stuff, actually. I'm noticing all the journal boxes are missing on this truck for some reason. Should have them somewhere. They wouldn't... That's silly. They wouldn't be too hard to reattach, too. You can kind of bend things out a little bit, pop the wheels out, get the journal boxes in, bend the tabs back over them, put the wheels back in. It's not that hard. But I did have to have this whole truck off before because the original rivet broke out. And then I had to figure out how to make a new rivet, which, I mean, it's working, it's holding, but it's not great because I don't really know how to rivet. I hate rivets. But yeah. That's that. Okay. It's in pretty good shape. Well, it's scuffed all the hell. It's scratched up and whatnot, but you know. Is that paper good? I don't like that this was on the bottom. This is lightweight pin stuff. This should have been on the top. All the other stuff. I guess I put it down there because it wouldn't look through. Shouldn't have been. Okay, that's that. That's it for tonight. I have one more Xerox box, and then I have a airbed box. It's a smaller box, but it's very, very heavy. So I think it's just stuffed full of locomotives, because we haven't seen that many locomotives yet, actually. The Xerox box, I noticed at least the top of the Xerox box had a bunch of the modern era stuff from the 70s. I have like a whole set of stuff that's like I got off eBay that's like in almost like new condition, but it's from the 70s, so nobody cares about it. So I got this whole set of cars. I don't remember if it was the set of cars and the locomotive, or if I got the locomotive separate, but I think it was with the locomotive too. I got this whole set for like $120 or something, but it's, you know, it's a NW2 locomotive plus, I want to say 3 cars and a caboose, I think. Yeah, I think it's 3 cars and a caboose. It was a whole set, and it's in like pristine condition. There's no scratches in the plastic. It's in really good shape, but it's a lot of plastic. It's something that was probably pretty cheaply built at the time, but it does run. In fact, that thing, I think it's way too fast, if anything, that engine. But nobody cares about it because it's from the 70s, and it's, you know, cheaply made. But it's a whole set, and it's in really good shape. So anyway, that'll be what I show off tomorrow night. Maybe not tomorrow night. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with where I'm gonna put boxes, what I'm gonna do with under the bed. I know I have to dig out under the bed tomorrow and make space. I don't know what's gonna get buried and what's not, but I really want to show off those last 2 boxes to the stream. So I will try to keep those last 2 boxes either even out in the room or under the bed, but where I can get to it easily, as opposed to buried. Man, I am gonna have to crawl around a lot under that bed tomorrow. I'm gonna need to get Mom to help me. She can't lift or carry anything, but she can like sit in the chair here while I crawl around underneath at least. I don't know. Anywho, I'm gonna end the stream now. Let me get to the screen for that. And I streamed for a while. This took me a lot longer to go through than I was originally thinking it would. I guess because I decided to kind of try to describe everything as good as I could, and then I looked everything up in the book too. That took a while. But yeah, I'm happy with it. Almost 5 hours. So this will go up as a VOD. Hopefully there's no music that's gonna copyright me. I think I've got my music list working out pretty good, but you know, I can't reset the timer or anything because that's on the monitor that is dead right now. But I'm trying to get rid of some songs here and there that copyright guys don't like, but it's a lengthy process. That's the word I'm looking for. Oh, sorry, that was my mic. So anywho, I will see you guys around next time, probably tomorrow night, or maybe not. Depends on how things go. Things are going to be pretty hectic for me, I guess. There's still a bunch of boxes out in the shed, by the way, but they're in safe places. I know if it leaks, it's not going to get wet because I can see the spots that are going to leak if it leaks. But it doesn't leak yet. There's just like some stains. Like it's threatening to leak, but we've had a lot of big rain this summer and it hasn't leaked yet. It hasn't actually leaked through to the point where there's water inside the shed. But it's only a matter of time before it will. So that's why I moved the boxes that I did. Alright, let me try to get my room into some sort of order. And I will see you guys around later.